2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang, bang, we're love for you.
yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, jump is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it.
MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang bang we love for you.
yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, trap is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it hard.
Heavy like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, it is time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang bang we love for you.
Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together, we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang, bang, we're on fire. Yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Feel the pressure, trap is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it.
MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang bang we're love for you.
yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, trap is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it.
MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, it is time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit
Let's
back.
raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang bang we're love for you.
Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what, we will weather
Any storm when we're together.
We can always aim for more, yeah. This that bang bang we love for you.
Yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. That is your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, trap is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it.
MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together, we can always aim for more. Yeah, this that bang, bang, we're on fire. Yeah. Set the tone like it's set. 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back,
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang, bang, we love for you.
yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. That is your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone.
Vibers! Welcome to the Clash Squad C Cup brought to you by Garena Free Fire. My name's AJ, I'm the Pistachio down here with Contra this time round. Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you very much. It's been quite a while, and I've been looking forward to today because this is something brand new to me.
Oh, yeah?
Because we're playing Clash Squads this time around.
Absolutely, man. I mean, usually we're stuck with the Battle Royales. This time, Garena Free Fire wanted to mix things up just a tad bit, and I absolutely love it. You take all of the fluff out of a Battle Royale, you just throw a 4v4 in there, you allow the players to purchase their weapons, to purchase their utilities. They get to decide how the battle goes. They get to decide exactly what their fate's gonna be because it's still a single elimination bracket, which means you win, you stay, you lose, you go home.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure the fans have always been having their own online debates. Which team is basically the best of the best? Hey, usually in Battle Royale mode, you just take whoever comes into your direction.
Yeah.
And this time when you are faced against, hey, the best out of Thailand, the best out of Indonesia, the best out of the MCP region, who's going to be able to win it all? This is where we actually find out. So, first, throughout the run of the past couple of days, we've had 16 teams, and today we've only got 8 more remaining, and whoever wins today qualifies into the next stage.
And that's insane, right? Because I think it's insane for all of the other teams who have worked up so hard to get to this stage. There's only just one match, a best out of 3, that decides if or not they get to stay in the competition. But that's the kind of grueling setup that we had from the very start that we want to see these teams survive through. Let's take a look and see exactly who do we have on the plate for match number 1, Shelby. It's going to be attack all around, taking on Buriram X EVOS a little bit later on. And this is what they're playing for, Contra, $50,000 US.
Absolutely juicy amount of money for all these teams that are still on board to keep their eyes on the biggest prize, which is $20,000 for the championship title.
And that's absolutely insane because everybody walks home with something in their hand. But this is the format that we were talking about earlier on. A best out of 3 for all of the 16 teams will be played on a single elimination bracket. In week 2, on the other hand, it's going to be a best of 5 through a double elimination bracket. So if they lose, they still do have another chance in the low brackets.
Yeah, I think the pressure is definitely on for today, as this is the final day of week 1 where they only get to play this best of 3 in order to have a lifeline into week 2. And with the best of 5 going on, you know it's going to be absolutely epic. If you guys missed out on some of the action from yesterday, these are some of the teams that have qualified into the brackets of today. Meanwhile, of course, we had the first game with RRQ taking on Attack All Around, where the Thai Titans have been able to triumph and eventually will meet up with Buriram United X EVOS for our very first matchup. And on our second match, it is another civil rivalry going on with Wharf versus EVOS.
Absolutely. All-out Thailand battle followed by an all-out Indonesian battle. I cannot wait to see exactly what happens. Yesterday, it was a pretty surprising day where 3 out of 4 matches ended up in a 2-0, right? The only one that kind of got dragged out was the expand matchup. But I'm thinking we have a opportunity to really sit down here on this couch for a long, long time today. Because it doesn't seem like any one of the teams out there, any one of those names, will be taken down in just 2 rounds.
Yeah, and with so many tactics involved from different regions, I think teams are starting to adapt to each other, and also from some of all these bots that they've reviewed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there are changes to be made. Absolutely. Meanwhile, of course, this is going to be the week 2 brackets, which, of course, we'll get there eventually because we're going to go into the map pools where we're playing on both Bermuda as well as the brand new Nextera.
Bermuda, everybody's pretty much used to it, and you do get a few more of those snipes out there. Bermuda Nextera tends to get a little bit sticky, a little bit annoying with the amount of compound that you have to work around with, which means your CQC better be top-notch.
Yeah, and we're looking at the top gunners from each respective regions here. So we definitely can assure you that the quality will be there when it comes down to hand-to-hand combat even, but of course, you definitely want to bring those weapons into play. Yeah. And in those close quarter combat, those 1 versus 1s will definitely be the game changers. And of course, starting off today, we'll kick off with Attack All Around taking on BRU X EVOS. So this is basically the tale to tell which is the best Thai team to make it through.
Winners of the Free Fire World Series Sentosa, and the team that they beat by a couple of points was Buriram X EVOS. So maybe this is a revenge that has been awaiting us quite a while now.
Exactly, and also noting the fact that back in the days, Buriram X EVOS have been able to even take international titles back home. I'm pretty sure that they're not going to let this slide from the hands of theirs. So let's take a look at the stats. They're just so close to each other. Just 1 different point. Yeah. In terms of elimination, but the damage, look at that. Attack All Around.
Absolutely.
7K.
What I do love about Attack All Around is the number of rescues that they have in comparison to Buriram X EVOS. I mean, this could mean one of 2 things. Number 1, Buriram X EVOS just does not go down. But number 2, it also means that Attack All Around just prioritizes in having the game of numbers against their opponents. And this is something that I've touched on even during the match in the past couple of days. Not a lot of teams focus on picking up their team members. Once someone gets knocked down, they just leave him for dead. Yeah,
usually you just want to get to the chase where you want to go on for a hunt. But when we talk about going for the hunt, these are the 2 players to look out for from each respective squad. And Kororo has definitely have been able to match pretty significant inflammation points. Only 2 points shy out of Joanna, but the damage is significantly much higher. But we've already seen the overall stats coming in from BRU X EVOS. they are absolutely sharp on those hit
Yeah,
shots.
this tells a good story. Kororo usually tags up the opponents, leaving the rest of his team members to kind of go ahead and finish them off. The number of knockdowns, I think it's explained right there, right? He doesn't really go in there for the finisher most of the time. He's a more of a touch-and-go kind of personality. Jonah, on the other hand, you meet him, you better start saying your prayers already.
Yeah, and of course, if you guys really want to learn from the pros, these are some of their preferred setups coming in for the team comps, where we look at Kororo on how he has been able to also mix a little bit of survivability as well as speed on top. Yeah, just combining the staple needs, having Andrew as well as Cali's abilities to play. Of course, a little bit of the armory will definitely help with Miguel coming along the way. So pretty much standard for across the board, where you'll see some of all these picks coming through from the rest of the squad.
Foki's your support player, one of the most important, constituents for the side of attack all around. You see him bringing Tiva in, and that's an extra 30% rate of picking up your team members, and that's exactly why they've got such a high save rate. It is all because of him. But let's take a look at BRU X EVOS as well. We've got the Orion Tatsuya, a Lock Awaken form, as well as the A124. And you know what? You have the 4 Kellys here being run by the team. They've got the speed. You've got Andrew mixed in with Miguel for that Orion. You're going to have that extra bit of EP, which makes Moshi an absolute annoying monster to deal with. And most of the time, he's not even taking the knock. He's just distracting the opponents because he just doesn't die.
Yeah, and that's how they've been able to basically triumph through their bracket overall. They've been having pretty much clean sweeps heading into the brackets that they have been pulled through. But it definitely will be very interesting, especially when it comes down to 2 of these opponents knowing very well of each other's playstyle. But when it comes down to 4 versus 4, I think that we don't always get to see something like 4.
Nah, we most definitely don't get an opportunity like that. I also like the fact that they are running 4 Andrews who give you an extra 25% damage reduction, which is absolutely fantastic, especially if you're Buriram X EVOS. You've got high rate of fire, you've got a lot of firepower, you've got the 4 Kellys that are being run, extra speed, you've got 4 Andrews, which means extra armor. You tell me what they don't have, man. They've got everything.
Yeah, and I just love this perfect combination, although we definitely can discuss, hey, every different player definitely wants to go for maybe a little bit more of a different setup, where some plays a little bit more of a supportive role, taking things like vocal into the picture to get maybe your allies for stuff with a little bit of healing, you so get damage. But for Thai squad playstyle, it's all about full-on aggression from what we've been able to see throughout the course of the battles.
I absolutely agree with you, and I like the fact that Garena has already limited the number of active skills that can be used, so you don't have a repeated active skill throughout the whole board, right? Everybody has to use an individual one, which kind of forces them to pick a role instead of having 4 Slayers, 4 Rushes out there.
Yeah, that would be unfair.
It also gets a little boring.
Yeah,
it's just all-out gunfight, and then, they just clash, and, may luck determine exactly who wins out a certain engagement out there in the battlefield. This one kind of forces them to really pick the roles and to really strategize how they want to get to the end, because they don't get to usually, just run with the active skill that they're most used to.
That's right, and I believe we are jet set and ready for our first battle here. So let's see which team will be able to make it through to advance to Week 2.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this one's going to be a hot one. So I hope you've already grabbed your popcorn as well as a couple of drinks, because I know for a fact this series will not end in 2 matches. If it does, I'm going to be hella shocked.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at him going all the way. And here we go. Jumping right into our first matchup. Let's see who will be able to take Game 1 in Bermuda.
By the way, all 4 players on the side of Buriram X EVOS running the Beastin as their pet as well. So I guess we can expect quite a number of grenades to be tossed out there.
Yeah, and definitely with those sort of chip damage, it will be able to supplement them in order to get those early knockouts if they were to be able to land perfectly. Now, just about enough compounds for them to actually work with. Get high, it really gets tagged from afar.
Gets tagged on the right-hand side flank. Moshi, as usual, on the left. Foki will receive a couple of bullets to his chest, but he's not going to go down just yet. No grenades to play around with in round number 1. Everybody prioritizes on getting themselves a better weapon. Wasada, with a sliver of health, manages to get up top, and Jump just missed that one. Just 1 bullet.
My goodness, Joe was so accurate coming in from such a distance with his pistols. And here comes Moongado.
What? Poongard, just insane. Whips out the katana, goes in for the slice, and the headshot onto Jonah as well. The guy single-handedly brought down two monsters from the side of Buriram X EVOS. Kororo, the final player on the side of attack all around. And look at Buriram. Everybody's back up on their feet.
And they're just basically surviving by it's an inch of health bar left. Kuroa has got so much to do.
Wait, I'm confused because it's attack all around. Usually with the multiple pickups, they don't allow their team members to go down. But Buriram X EVOS, they just turned the table. They are using the strategy of attack all around against them.
Man, and he's all cornered up by the other section. I don't think that there's much space for him to work with, but Kuro has been able to move aside into the next compound. Now, BRUX EVOS got him surrounded, so he's got to pick his battles wisely.
I mean, Kororo, nothing's going to happen, Kororo. It's a 1v3 against Buriram X EVOS. You're two-time world champs. Just give it up already. We got a long day here.
We definitely do have a long day, but AAA, they're definitely going to be able to actually learn something out of that now that there is a couple of all these upgraded weapons coming in from Poongard. I would say that close quarter combat coming from Poongard, did see him come up close and personal to BRUX EVOS. It was just the finishing. It wasn't enough support coming in order to secure those numbers back for AAA.
Surprisingly, that was a problem because usually attack all around, they all stick together, and that is the contributing factor to the number of pickups that they do have whenever their partner gets down out there on the battlefield. But we saw Buriram X EVOS split up in a 1-2-1 split and still managed to get back to save the rest of the team members. You gotta appreciate Kelly for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially it's important when you have so much open space right now by the containers. Glue walls now being popped up. It's a little bit more of a difficult scenario for them to actually get about to secure those knots, but it will definitely take a while before anybody gets rounded up. Speaking of which, Poongard finds the first knockout onto Jonah.
Jonah down again. He must be having a really off day. Jump traded out, get high, gets dropped by Poongard yet again. Poongard's on fire, Pokey. Can he find it? Yes, he does. Wasana on the headshot. Moshi as the final survivor. He can do wonders, but 1v3, what can he pull off? He still does have the Orion. Hasn't been popped just yet. This is going to be really important as to how he chooses to flank around. Kororo down on the ground already. And he manages to put him down on the ground instantly as soon as he gets picked up. But not enough because the rate of fire out of that little mini Uzi is too much to handle.
Yeah, and Poongard is known as the prodigy of Thailand for very, very good reasons. Just look at how many pickups throughout the course of that round itself. Yeah. Basically, 3 members just get stashed out so early on once he does get the first knock. So Poongard definitely brought that point back to attack all around.
This round surely does favor the side of attack all around a little bit more. You can see they're beefed up with their armors as well as the helmet. Buriram X EVOS, on the other hand, prioritizing their funds towards weapons instead of their defenses. Let's see how that works out for them. Jonah already cooking up the grenade, looking to send it straight towards Jump. That's not going to connect just yet. As Moshi circles around, Foki will be spotted. Wasana a little bit too far away to back him up, but they do circle around back together.
Yeah, so very interesting position coming in from Moshi to scout out for information. He does know that Kuro is going to be running around, and perfect timing coming from Kuro in order to shield himself. Repositioned all the way to the back. He should be able to garner enough support coming in from the rest of the squad as well. Now, Kuro can definitely work on these high elevated angles, but BRU, they're definitely having a defensive hold, but Jonas gets spotted out.
Let's see if Jonah is going to be able to survive this. He's having a pretty crappy day. 2 rounds. The first one to get down. And that's not looking good if you are the main slayer for your team. And I'm pretty sure that's kind of biting at him a little bit as well. He will want to have a little bit of revenge, but it's all about the timing. Spots out Jump. Jump with the AC-80. Tries to take a CQC. Does not connect just yet. And it is going to be... Oh, my God! Jonah does get it, but he gets traded out by Jump. I don't even know how that happened.
Oh, everybody's just going close quarters, and BRU, they're trampling over AAA. Now that's only Kuro left once again, but he's going in for a pickup. There's not much time to be bought. Get high. He's trying to look for a little bit of nook and cranny as they go for a dance up, but get high. He's get through, but he's being blocked off. But the zone, it's closing in.
Locked himself in with the glue wall, and in the meantime, he gets a tad bit of backup as well. Jump manages to get high, takes down Jump. This is just all out insanity. And Karoro, as the final player, just could not finish off Wasana, the newest addition on the side of Buriram X EVOS.
I would say that is actually a really good attempt coming in for Kororo. It was almost a 1 versus 3, and he's been able to at least go in for pickup and eventually go toe-to-toe on those trades. Thankfully, he has just about enough resources on those blue walls in order to pull through to the final few moments. Now we definitely have to see what happens here by the corners of the docks.
And the hardest workers on that second round was obviously Buriram X EVOS. The opponent's attack all around were fully armored up, whereas they were low on armor. All they focused on was their pure gun skills. So you got to respect exactly what your two-time world champs got to bring in here. Poongod with the grenade cooked up already. Jonas not going to eat that up just yet. Wasana, on the other hand, is going to be pushing up from the right-hand side. Does he catch anyone, though? Jump with a very long flank around his own right side. Will come across Moshi with the AWM in hand. Yeah, you don't want to meet Moshi at that point.
Yeah, pretty difficult spot to be in, especially with this terrain. Prioritizing long-range battles, and that's where Moshi finds one. Gets a knock onto Foki for the time being, but was he able to actually land the blow onto Moshi for now? Poongod tries to bring this AWM on a close-range battle. Not working out.
You'll be surprised, Contra. I've seen so many of these close-range battles with the AWM where they just sweep players, and I'm just like, how? How do you even aim like that, right? Jonah, Mini Uzi in hand, they all gather up once again. A quick boost out of the Tatsuya, and Wasana finds Foki halfway through. Poongod with the AWM. Can he get the Spaz 12 on the shot as well? Has got the shotgun. And look at the movements from Wasana. Mini Uzi, but the glue walls do block all of those shots. Get High gets stuck. No backup just yet. Poongod gets dropped by Get High from afar. And Jump bites the dust as well.
Oh boy. We see members of AAA try to actually play a little bit more of a defensive position inside of the building structures. But
yeah.
By the time that you have 1 or 2 members being knocked out, you probably won't have enough coverage on multiple angles, and I guess that is the demise of their own members after those trades, not really favoring them early on. But now I think this is going to be pretty much equal grounds.
Yeah, correct.
When we have it outside of Catalyst, where this is usually a very popular choke point when it comes down to Bermuda.
And also, everybody's pretty much stacked in cash, so they can armor up, they can get whatever weapons they want out there. They're not going to be strapped for anything, but it's going to be the initial engagement between Jonah as well as, I believe, Jump with the AC-80 on that right-hand side, but Jump backs away. Jonah's not going to get a free one just yet.
Yeah, well, lots of snipers in play right now for Buriram X EVOS. I mean, they've been winning 2 rounds back-to-back from that. Of course, they're going to be able to buy best weaponry possible. Kororo tries to keep an eye out from afar. Meanwhile, Wasana is just going to wait for Jump to basically peek out, and perhaps that's going to be a little bit more of an opening for punishment overall. Jonah, so far, needing to find a massive move in his own, but I would say the rest of BRUX EVOS, they've been able to at least pull the weight altogether as a team.
I can't say the same for Captain Jonah, who's struggling a tad bit to find those skills, which I think might kind of scratch and claw at him towards the end of this. I think the ego might just creep up. As the captain of the team, you want to be doing a lot of work out there. You are the main player at the end of the day. But Wasana gets tagged up this time around, so maybe it's finally time for Jonah to show up.
Yeah, Poongod taking control over on the center, and they're going to be running into each other really soon. As they wrap up all the glue walls. Poongod, he's got to look out over on his 6 as well, but he's just going after him. Takes out Jonah yet again.
Is Jonah sleepy? Somebody get the guy some coffee, because he's having a terrible day out there. That's not the usual Jonah we know. He's the one rushing in for the 1v3s. Poke is going to get caught out. Poongod backs him up a tad bit as well, and they manage to put Get High on the ground. It is going to be an interesting fight now as Moshi and Get High circle around. Charge Buster in the hands of Get High. The final survivor, Poongod. Quick pickup! And the finisher from Kororo.
Man, just looking at the work rate of these players coming in, Poongod especially in that round, he just have insane reactions into cutting into those corners, and he could just basically switch weapons so quickly Now, I think going into the factory, this will be a different story where, you know, it's going to be a little bit of a long angle for them to slowly play it out. So this will basically take slightly longer. But now, at the very least, with that round going back in the hands of AAA, there's a very good chance they will be able to at least match up with the scores.
It's also a game of who gets to the second floor first. A little bit of height advantage never serves you badly in a matchup at Factory. Moshi Poongod does not get tagged up by the grenade, all thanks to a finely timed glue wall that was erected. Moshi, on the other hand, from outside, wants to find a flank around. Not find anything just yet. Wasana sneaking out a couple of grenades. Gotta love that. That air drop's very helpful in a match like this.
Absolutely, especially with so many different areas to cover from. With all these walls being erected, there's definitely just a lot of open space directly into the center of the opening. For the time being, Corrupt United can only hold on to the corners of the wall, and now they choose to reach right in for the fight.
Very, very fine play by Kororo. Triggered discipline initially, spotting out the player, choosing not to take him down just yet. Baiting them out. Kororo with a double. Jonah goes down. Wasana goes down. Kororo single-handedly took out the Slayers from the side of Buriram X EVOS. I cannot believe what I'm watching here. This should be an attack all-around round. Once again, a double team ace back-to-back for attack all-around.
Just beautiful execution, perfectly timed nades, and on top of that, you see how they've been able to react to one another as well.
Yeah.
Supplementary shots just to be able to really fully suppress BRU EVOS, and
Look
now,
at this, man. You got a 4-sniper run on the side of attack all-around.
they're just not going to let go of it. It's like, okay, we're the one-tap gods. That's the reason why when you look at stats, they're the ones with the highest hit shot rate. So, yeah, it makes a whole lot more sense.
Absolutely. This time around, Moshi's gonna be hanging back with an AWM. Jump does not get... Oh, as soon as I was saying he's not gonna get spotted, Jump gets tagged up by Moshi. No kill just yet. Forcing Jump to use his medkit. Kororo taking that higher ground. Wasana, quick nade out. Does not get snuffed out. Just a couple of tags coming through from those bullets. Kororo from up top can do a lot of damage. You see him up on the roof. Wasana, he better be careful.
Yeah, definitely a tough position for the time being. But Kororo, he's going to move over onto the lower grounds, and he might just be able to get the angles again, get high. He's running across. Man.
Drops the Orion just in the nick of time. Does not take any damage while he's in that form. Also sucks away the HP of your opponents. Orion's just so annoying at that point. Grenade! Oh! He couldn't get away! Masterful play!
He's trying to go for some big brain close quarter action, but yet again, like, they got bigger plans ahead coming in. And Moshi's going to be able to eventually halt. Who got progress for the time being. Only down to Jump right now. Quite a swing of momentum going over to the hands of BRU EVOS this time around. Not even the dent being put right through. Jonah starts to unleash his powers. And eventually, it will be Jump that will be able to get the angles from the top.
Yeah, unfortunately, that round was all on Kororo. He should have reacted a little bit faster. He had a great advantage from the roof. He chooses to jump off, and then he spots a player from the side of Buriram. For some reason, he's confused. He doesn't shoot him. Panics, pops his Orion, erects two glue walls, traps himself inside.
I'm going to just split a match right now. It's like, I got to do what I can to survive. But, like, yeah, with all the glue walls, there's really nowhere to run. Hopefully, this doesn't repeat.
But clearly, it's such a great, evenly matched game between the two that you need to have mistakes like that to kind of call who's going to be the loser of the round.
Indeed, and a great opening nade coming from Jonah. That chips off a little bit from Poongod, and it all definitely adds up once they do go on close quarters. Now,
is Jonah ever going to get more than one kill?
I hope so. Maybe he's just not too proficient with those snipers.
Oh no, man! I think the guy didn't sleep last night. Jonah's a monster. Just taking a little bit of a slow day. It's like, Wasana, you go ahead and do it. Do the newest accusation. Show us why we spent money on you.
Yeah, and well. Gotta be...
He's working hard for the money.
He definitely is, and he definitely has to dance all around, but Kororo's the one that needs to get himself out of here. Around being caught, but he is being surrounded absolutely by the rest of BRU.
At 1v2, Kororo thought he could buy a lot of time, and he did manage to buy a lot of time, but Jonah finally shows up. Poongod goes down. Wasana takes out Jump. Poongod drains out Get High as well. Can Poongod continue this? Foki for the backup, and he's going in for the pickup instead. Jonas, smart play, keeping the numbers up at an all-time high. Poongod drops Wasana. Poongod just doing everything all on his own. Foki, where are you for the backup? He shows up. Get High goes down, but Triple A still bites the dust.
It was so close, and man, you were talking about a pay raise
Yeah.
or pay grade. Man, Jonah finally awakens here.
Absolutely.
And both were basically down to like 30% in that final scuffle. And my goodness, it was just a matter of who actually lands the shot first. And it was so tricky, especially with all these sort of blue walls where
Yeah.
you really have to dance off. Now, I think with a lot more open ground, it will definitely take a little bit more for them to work through before we actually go up close.
Through all of that chaos, all of a sudden we are at match point. Buriram X was just one round away from securing this. When it was attack all around, it started off really, really strong. We thought Jonah's weakness of not being able to show up might just bite them in the butts, but it just doesn't seem to be the case. The backup from Wasana as well as Get High was just a little bit too strong for attack all around to deal with. Grenade!
Oh, that was
Poongod does not get tagged at all. Great blue wall.
Yeah, and that shot with the feed onto Poongod definitely suppresses him for the time being. They will be able to at least take a little bit more of that revenue, but attack all around, they're going to be storming into a different position. Just love that they are executing this absolutely carefully because they know they can't lose this line.
Yeah. Jonah spots two players. He's gonna eat a grenade. Can he back away from it? Doesn't get tagged. And they send the drone out to get such a tiny space. You know where they are.
Yeah, especially with the UAV revealing their position. I mean, they don't really need it necessarily. Oshi's going in for the flank already.
Gets tagged up a tad bit. Moves up a quick blue wall. Blue patch himself right back up, and there Ryan gets popped. Masterful play from Moshi yet again. Poongod in the meantime. The distraction from the side of Moshi allows Jonah to really pop off. And it is that mini Uzi. Pops the Tatsuya. Gets into battle as quickly as he was out of it.
And Get High, he's just gonna find those members of AAA right now. They're being cornered up by the zone, and AAA,
That's
they're
it.
holding it out, but it's only down to Foki. He climbs over the top, and he needs to land the fireball. Get High will claim it all.
Get High, the insane player, flies up like gravity's not a problem at all. Attack all around started off fantastic, but Buriram XE was showing that they might not need a game 3 to secure this.
Yeah, and it's just looking pretty much pixel perfect towards the later stages of
Yeah.
this whole series. And we saw maybe in the first couple of battles, yeah, there was a little bit of struggle coming in from Jonah to be able to actually land on all these knocks. But looking at the turning point around round 4 onwards, that's where he starts to get into the groove, and
Yeah.
now he's looking a lot more like himself.
Absolutely right. Jonah's finally woken up. I think after maybe round 2, he had that cup of coffee we're talking about. Eyes wide open now, and attack all around. That was a tad bit disappointing. I was thinking this was going to go all the way down to a round number 11, but the moment Buriram XE had a little bit of resources, they could purchase whatever they wanted out there. Even when they couldn't purchase whatever they wanted out there, the prioritization on good firepower instead of good defenses, and that's mainly because of the 4 Andrews that they were running. They knew that they had the extra bit of armor already, so they could take such a good risk, and that's what you expect from a 2-time world champ.
Yeah, exactly, and on top of the speed boost that they also get coming from the
Kelly, yeah.
buffs as well, that you can see that they can easily reposition
Yeah.
in a quick manner. And from the opening rounds, you see from the United EVOS has been able to thrive going for mid-range battles, and then that's where over onto the next couple of close rounds, it was AAA's turn to shine, taking back-to-back rounds, and then this moment happened right here, where we get Jonah back on track.
Absolutely, man. And of course, just moments before this, Get High almost got knocked out, but at the end of the day, he was the one that steps up for the team. The newest acquisition, managing to pull the MVP title to his side. 8 eliminations through 5,117 damage and a 50% headshot rate. What in the world?
50, it's just like, okay, you take only 2 shots, and
Yeah.
one of them will definitely land somehow. And I've been keeping my eyes on Wasana because he's been able to really either open up the first pick coming in for BRU XE-Boss, or better yet, in those sort of moments where he is definitely required coming in to cover his angle, he has always been able to get the job done. So kudos to BRU XE-Boss for set of the game, but there's still 2 more to go. Or
Absolutely, yeah.
perhaps 1 more.
You gotta
Another-
love the fact that Wasana is playing the role of a Slayer, but he brings in the Awakened Alok to
Yeah.
back everybody else up with the HP buff as well, right? He's got the Kelly, he's got the Luna, and Luna has got that fight or flight. So you either stay and fight, you've got an increased rate of fire, or you tag up your opponents, you get extra speed boost. And it's pretty much like Wasana as well as Jonah, who was running Kelly as well as Tatsuya. It's like they're on fast forward. How can you stop these Slayers when they're just zooming all across the map?
Yeah, we saw the burst of speed that they have, especially when they call for a certain movement to be pulled through.
Yeah.
They just do it ever so swiftly, and this is what we want to see coming in from squad battles like this.
Absolutely
so
correct, yeah.
With that level of execution layered with their tactical skills, man, they're looking unstoppable right now. So, is there anything at all that Attack All Around can do to overcome this?
I really believe it is to just not play into the pace of your 2-time world champs. It's just to slow it down, play those long-range attacks, because we clearly see where the players on the side of Buriram X EVOS excel. In the CQCs, in those close quarter combats, especially with Moshi and his annoying Orion, it's just a no-go. Get high, you saw exactly what happened to them. They got annihilated, 3 back-to-back kills. The guy almost aced out the whole attack all around. Keep that distance, and clearly they want to play the snipers. So they already have the right choice of weapons. It's just the distance part which is a problem. Yes, the circle does force you in towards the middle, but positioning is going to be key here.
Absolutely, and I am glad that you also highlighted how important some of all these executions when it comes down to popping the right skill set.
Yeah.
Especially with Ryan, where what you can basically do is that, oh, this guy is known to be perhaps a rusher for the team. Yeah, make him bait out the rest of the squad to put that focus on him post quarter, and then that's where the flock of your own team can just close in on him. So beautiful stuff coming from BRUX EVOS. We'll have to see what more can they offer.
Absolutely, man. Let's see exactly what Attack All Around can do in game number 2, because if they don't do much, then it's all over Contra.
Yeah, and this is just that lifeline set that they really have to overcome in order to have a solid chance to go into week 2. But when you're going up against a 2-time world champion, I know it's always daunting. Maybe the confidence level may not be as high, but these are no strangers to the all around, because they basically play in the same exact region overall. Surely, when it comes down to ideations of how a squad functions when it comes down to Battle Royale, is absolutely different when you actually pit them 4 versus 4, right? So a lot of adjustments is required coming in from each respective team, to be exact. It's really down to who coordinates so much better. And now all eyes are on players like Pungat Kororo to bring it back for AAA.
And I was actually very much in love with Folky's setup, where he brings in the Dimitri, he brings in Thiva, he brings in J-Beams. He is the main support player. But if you're not going to be picking up a lot of your team members as they get knocked down, you're not that much of a support player. And I think that sort of a setup could work against some other teams who are a little bit slower paced. But against Buriram X EVOS, who are so quick in getting in there and getting the job done, I think he needs to switch out the characters that he's bringing in. Have a little bit more of an aggressive setup if he wants to stand out.
That's a really good point, because BRUX EVOS is definitely giving them no time and no space. So let's see, maybe next Terra will be a better map for the tackle round. Or is it really the case? As we kick off our very first round, we'll definitely start off with those pistols. So Sana opts to be the outlier out of the standard stuff. And of course, that will be accompanied by Moshi as well. So a lot of opening space here by the offices. But we definitely have to take cover through some of these glasses that will be able to spot each other out, but won't always have cover to do so. So just running in for it.
Jonah's just rushing on in there with the Tatsuya. Gets tagged up. Folky will buy a little bit of time here before he does take a peek around that wall. Jonah doesn't want to get aggressive just yet. Get high, backs him up as well. It's a 3v2. And it seems like nobody's picked up a grenade for themselves just yet except Kororo, but Kororo doesn't use it.
Doesn't seem like he actually isn't necessarily. They all got cornered up though. Being in the clump doesn't seem to be working so far, but Jonah has been brought down. So it's going to be a 2 versus 1. Get high's pretty low though. Wasana
Ah!
still at it! Oh my goodness. Is Kuro going to do it? He doesn't really have much health left.
Can he ace out the team? Jonah finishes off the rest of the team members off attack all around, and Wasana will go ahead to save the day for Buriram X EVOS. But what a play though from Kororo. 3 knockdowns, unfortunately no eliminations.
Yeah, it could have been a perfect ace that will really swing the momentum in favor of AAA. Unfortunately, it was down to the wire.
I'm disappointed he didn't use the grenade that he got.
Yeah, I was also pretty surprised. I'm like, what you saving for? This round, maybe?
Because when you get knocked out, brother, you lose the grenade, so just toss it out already. Unfortunate that that wasn't the case, and attack all around squandered 1 good round that they could have most definitely walked away with a victory. Moshi's on the left-hand side flank this time round, and it's very interesting to see Buriram X EVOS win the round, but not a lot of their players have purchased weapons for themselves, and I think Moshi is just trying to eco on this round so that he can get the AWM next.
Yeah, I think it's a really smart move where you don't necessarily have to force the economy at the moment. And look at positioning-wise, you can see a 1-2-1 setup coming from attack all around. Meanwhile, it's just a parallel line that BRUX EVOS is having at the moment, so they could definitely get a lot of different types of angles and perhaps draw a little bit more of a segregated attention coming in from AAA from the moment. As they do take a little bit more of that control over the center. Wasana goes up personal, won't be able to knock out Kororo this time. As the trades go on 1-for-1 for now.
Jonah gets knocked down, and is he gonna bleed out? Pungot's gonna make sure he gets taken out. Moshi goes in there for the backup, but gets tagged up as well. Can he save the day? Answers no. Didn't even manage to pop the Orion just yet. Ice Grenade is going to take away and jump at him. What a nade by Wasana. That's what we're looking for in matches like this. Pungot finishes off Moshi, but it's all up to Jump as well as Foki to take on Wasana and get high.
Oh, get high. Holy spotted out, and now down to Wasana. He might have actually done a whole lot in past round as he will have to pull off another spree going into this. Jump does find that elimination. Meanwhile, Wasana just playing by the edges. Very cheeky move. Not sure if AAA have lost sight, but this is just going to be a priority position for AAA at the moment. I think it's got to wait it out.
Wasana's got a good gun. He's got the Bison in hand. Goes up against Foki with a secondary. If he does meet Foki first, Wasana has got a lot of advantage. On top of that, he's got the armor and the helmet to work around with. Wasana tagging them up with a pistol first. And I think that's a juke because he's trying to make them think that he only has the pistol to work around with. And he goes up for the spray, but unfortunately traded out by Jump, who literally jumps in front of him and shuts him down.
Yeah, great coverage as well. Thankfully, he reacted in kind, or else, like, you saw that moment, his teammate was having his back turned.
Yeah.
Or that could have been both of them actually out of the game. Wasana, great effort overall.
He went for the wrong guy. Now, obviously, he didn't know, but the guy only had a pistol.
Chances, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But he spotted out one, no trigger discipline in that moment. If he had known the positioning of the second player, perhaps he could have played that a little bit smarter, but we're not going to complain. It's still the early rounds.
Yeah.
We know. He can definitely win it out still.
Yeah, absolutely no complaint when I'm getting a sublime jump shot coming from Jump.
Oh, yeah.
Going to the planetariums as we have Pungot quickly moving out of the way. So much damage coming from Wasana. Oh, that would have been an early knock if they land one more blow.
Playing at this compound is just so annoying. Grab Labs literally makes gravity disappear, so you fly in the air. So hiding behind glue walls mean absolutely nothing. But that's exactly what a couple of players from the side of Buriram X EVOS is doing. Foki, very low on HP. Has the medkit to play around with, but doesn't top his health right back up.
Yeah, I guess there's a slight regenerations coming in. But that's not going to be enough for them to sustain, and they're going to make the leap of faith. Spot out Foki. Pungot tries to actually cover fire, but that's an angle that he couldn't actually get vision of, and Pungot, he tries to go all the way up top, but he will have to meet with Moshi.
Moshi is still on the secondary, hasn't bought the AWM yet, still forcing an eco. Brilliant move coming through. Orion will get popped, moves on fourth, and Moshi gets Kororo as he comes out of the Orion form. That's why he's so annoying out there.
Oh man, and he's doing it with a pistol as well, going up against SMGs. I'm not even certain how he's actually landing those shots, but Jump, he's going to be able to blow them all off. And BRU, XEVOS, they find their second point here. And now going into round 4, as it's going to be out in Rusttown. Now this is going to be pretty interesting, as there's sort of elevated angles for work around. Of course, the bomb layers, which will give us a lot of all these CQCs.
At this point, attack all around is annoying me a little bit because my predictions are always on point. But I think this is going to end in 2 matches if they don't wake up right now. Buriram XE was running circles around them. And you're seeing Buriram run a couple of ecos even when they don't need to, even when they have money. Finally, Moshi whips out that AWM. And now he's truly dangerous out there on the battlefield if he wasn't annoyingly dangerous already earlier on. Wasana, a good blue wall, but it blocks their own shots as well. Poon got spotted out. And he erects a good blue wall to block out the partner of Wasana, and that brings Wasana down. Smart play.
And they're shown up with the flank as well. Moshi tries to reposition over at the top. Spots out Kuro. He's trying to look for that angle. Stops the hit. Does he land it though?
Oh!
One tap! Here we go.
Jump now on the other corner, but a good blue wall will keep Moshi away from them for the time being. In the meantime, Buriram has already got Get High picked up yet again. Get High gets tagged up, but Jump will put Wasada down on the ground. Get High needs to top his health right back up. The backup from Moshi is most needed.
Just gotta find a way to get through. So many layers going on. It allows Get High to reposition over the bomb layer, and he's getting Moshi stranded up. My goodness me. 2 versus 1, looking entirely doable, but Get High, he has to deal with it.
Oi!
And one final blow coming from Foki with the AWM, up close and personal.
I don't even know how he did that. That's what I was talking about. The AWMs, CQC. You would think that it's impossible, but these guys, they make miracles happen out there.
That's why they're pros playing in the global stages. And my, we can see how sharp they are, and even with no scopes,
yeah,
it's entirely doable.
You've got 12 of those blue walls to play with on the side of attack all around. Hopefully they do go ahead to use it. BRU playing around with 8. Wasana's going to go in here for the push as the attacker first. Meets a couple of players. Has to back away with the Bison. Jonah cooks up the grenade. Delivers it. Does he find one? No one is tagged.
Yeah. Great moves coming in from the members of BRU. With those quick initiations coming in from Jonah as well as Wasana. At the same time, tackle around. They're just going to be turtling in, but oh my goodness, Jump! This will be a fine blow, and Poon got
how?
Up close and personal, he still survives, and he was the one being challenged first.
And Poon God saw Jonah. I have no idea if or not Jonah saw Poon God, but Jonah was literally shooting Poon God in the face, and Poon God just stood there taking everything and still managed to drop Jonah. Karora, what a play with the Orion. Comes out of the form, and CQC with the AWM. This is what I live for, Contra.
Yeah, the cleanest of plays. And like, at first it looked a little bit questionable, like, why are you not responding? He's just waiting for the moment. Maybe he's counting those bullets, like, okay, he's running out of juice.
No, I swear to God, he got lucky because he was holding a grenade when he stepped out. He was like, oh, my mama!
It's like, come on, give me a few seconds to cook this one up.
Switches it out to the Bison. Still manages to hit Jonah. Jonah needs to wake up.
Yeah.
Jonah steps into 1v2, 1v3s and still walks out the champion. This time, he's getting a free hit and he still gets knocked down. That's very rare.
Yeah, I guess like when it comes down to close quarter combat, like today doesn't seem to be his day overall. But Jonah, he's gonna go for another attempt, putting up a glue wall, blocking the proceedings coming in from attack all around. And that also deters them from getting much done as well. Karoro does find Get High. Well, one member being taken out from the top, and Jonah did secure the first one this time around.
Gotta love that Mac 10. The rate of fire is absolutely sublime. Jump now with a quick jump over. Wasana stands right in front of him. Full tags. Now the backstab. Wasana does get knocked down. Jonah out of nowhere eats a nade courtesy of Poon God. Does he get picked right back up though? Moshi all alone, a little bit too far away. Karoro tags him with the first shot. Moshi, can he respond? Pulls out a good blue wall. In the meantime, Karoro catches up with him, but Orion versus Orion. Who comes out of it first? Ah, Poon God, too good.
Man, it's just a tough position to be at. And the moment that Moshi jumps down, it's like,
Yeah.
oh, it's kind of pretty much done and dusted right there. Position being rebuilt, and this time around at least, back to a little bit more of that open space.
I take it back, attack all around. No, I'm no longer annoyed.
Mhm.
They are staying true to the game number 3 between the two. I would be so disappointed if this ends in 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to take us all the way right now.
Oh, yeah.
But still needing 2 more points, though. BRU definitely still have quite an amount of chance to be able to overcome this form of deficit. 2 versus 1 over on the flanks, and they will have to deal with Pungod, who's doing it all by himself, and he's going to be able to hold up just fine. Meanwhile, they're stacking 3 this time, but there will be some cover coming in from the first tackle round.
Jonah eats the initial nade, backs away. 2 grenades wasted by Pungod, but no one's going to complain. He's one of the front runners of attack all around at the moment in terms of eliminations. Jump, trying to find a higher angle where he can catch the players of Buriram X EVOS. Gets a little bit of information, backs away. Gotta love that trigger discipline. Waits for a little bit of backup before engaging.
Yeah, there's definitely a whole lot of layers, and
That's
a
your
lot
own
of
team
running
member,
around. He definitely got a little bit of jump
panicked.
scare right there. Meanwhile, everybody over on the outskirts just gonna be finding those angles. Jonah! Oh, that's a close call, I would say.
Yeah, smart play to evade all of those shots. Pungod now at the very edge of the building. Good glue wall to block the shots. Karoro gets taken down by Wasana off screen. And instant elimination coming through as well. Jonah, on the other hand, pulls out a glue wall, traps Pungod. And that was a bad idea because Pungod says, thank you for trapping me here.
Yeah, and that basically limits his angle directly onto him. Meanwhile, Pungod needing one more blow, but the glue wall is right there blocking the shot. She does find Toki. Fair chance for both sides. Pungod goes in, regenerating his health back to 100%. Meanwhile, Jump's going to do exactly the same. BRU's got to go in for a quick reset, but having difficulties to do so.
They do manage to recover a tad bit. Jump waiting for Moshi to show up as the circle repositions. Moshi shows up. Jump has got a little bit of space to play around with, but Moshi pulls out the Orion, but not long enough to hold this away from Jump. And there you go, match point for attack all around.
Just look at him go. So lethal, and now with 9 frags under his belt, I'm pretty sure for him to be able to secure double digits by the end of this is entirely possible. Attack all around on match point, and like you said it, we're definitely going to be looking at a series.
Oh yeah.
Unless BRU goes in for back-to-back wins, needing 4 points to overtake attack all around.
A reverse sweep to disappoint attack all around once again, like they have done in the past. I think Buriram X EVOS will welcome that notion with open arms. Let's see if or not they can execute it though. Moshi this time trying to get aggressive. No penetration through those glue walls just yet. Misses an opportunity as the 2 players jump on and out. Wasana doesn't get tagged by the nade, but Jump finds Jonah. Jonah on the ground. That's a big one for attack all around.
Huge blow, and now with all these glue walls blocking their side, definitely going to have to utilize a whole lot of ammo, and now they do get to have a glimpse of Get High, and Smokey just shreds them to pieces. My.
Moshi as the backup player out there in the open, maybe with a charge buster he can shine, but this time he just absolutely gets crushed. And a 1-to-1. This is what I like. This is what I wanted.
This is what the fans expected as well.
Oh yeah.
The top 2 Thai squads here are showing each other no mercy at all.
Yep.
And now down to our final set. Honestly, when it comes down to the way that Attack All Around have been able to adjust from this round inside of this map itself, you can see a better coordination at play, especially on that final round where they definitely held a defensive fortress. Having all the members right there, there you go. Arkuya going for team. But of course, needing 1 more to go for attack all around. Like, I think overall, we're looking at a huge play setup coming in from, of course, one of the members that have been able to pick up that 9 frags in total earlier.
If attack all around can execute this once again, we will see a major upset in the competition so early on. Because Buriram X was not getting towards the grand finals, unheard of.
Yeah, that definitely will basically shock the world of Free Fire esports worldwide
Yeah.
because this team have been revered as the best of the best in the world. So, of course, these are some of all these highlights that we did have back in Game 2. And we'll look at Jump on how back in the first game itself, he may not be the one that had all the attention, where that was also being supplemented by mainly Flungot in the first round. And, of course, Bro did contribute a whole lot, but Jump, across the span of these 6 victories that they had for Set 2, he just looked absolutely on point.
And one of the problems here for Buriram X EVOS is the fact that their captain Jonah is not having a fantastic day. In fact, he has been steamrolled round after round after round, and even in this final round available where it was absolutely crucial for him to find that initial frag, he just walks into 2 players and does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and then like it goes to show that there is a sort of reliance into some of all these members in order to get that opening for BRU XE Plus, especially on Wasana, because most of the contribution was actually coming from him.
Correct.
For Game 2.
10 eliminations through 3,468 damage for Jump and a 10% headshot rate, but he is not going to complain. And I like the fact that they have the Dreki here, and this is the main reason why a lot of players from the side of BRU XE was just refused to patch themselves up with a medkit. Dreki reveals your position if you go ahead and use the medkit at any point of time. And in a game like this, the last thing you want is to reveal your position.
Exactly, and perhaps like even if it's revealed much later in the stages, like where it's obvious enough, like okay, it doesn't really matter because guy loves close quarter combat. Like, run at me, I got the shotgun in my hands in order to just shut you off, and he definitely does it in style. 10 eliminations so far throughout the span of those rounds that has been played up. Yeah. So Jump has definitely matched the tempo of BRU EVOS.
And if you look at the skills, he's got the Tatsuya and the Kelly, and that's going to give him that speed boost. He's got that Andrew being run alongside J Beebs. That's going to give him that boost in terms of defense. So he's pretty much running a very balanced, setup in terms of speed as well as defense. And the offense purely comes through his gun skills, which I love.
Yeah, and it also gives you a little bit more of that layering, especially when maybe you actually soak in the first couple of tags, that you'll be able to at least survive a couple of blows before you take a little bit of cover or have space to actually help you out. So I think like this is becoming more prevalent in some of all these competitors, where if you really want to play competitively on the 4 versus 4 setting, you've got to consider defensive firms before you prepare for all these battles, and it has been absolutely effective for both of these types of battles.
And I think one of the things that was desperately needed on the side of Attack All Around was to stop focusing on the safe place, trying to get that Diva pickup or whatsoever, and just go out on the all-out offense, which they executed pretty much perfectly. But it was also a contributing factor that Jonah wasn't performing. I mean, we saw Jonah's face earlier on. There was just no smiles on his face for a good reason. He's having a terrible day, and a terrible day for Jonah means Attack All Around is going to be smiling year to year later. Look at that. Jonah, the captain, the biggest trash talker in the world of Free Fire, him not smiling, you know there's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, he's already rubbing a little bit of his, well, I want to say goatee, but it's
non-existent goatee.
Yeah, not grown enough, but he's definitely
upset.
having certain doubts in his face right now.
Yeah, he's upset. He's definitely upset. And I like that. I like that because he's not upset with anybody else, but he's upset with himself. So you know he's gonna come out guns blazing in a little bit. A little bit of prayers already from the side of Attack All Around. They really want to get through the next round, not just for the extra bit of bonus in terms of the prize pool, but also for a little bit of pride to knock out your 2-time world champs out of class squad. They'll take that any day.
Yeah, especially to end an era of dominance heading into their own respective region.
Yeah.
I think this will definitely change the course of the pace of how the upcoming season is going to look like in Thailand. But, we definitely got to see them settle the score the traditional way, 4 versus 4, as we jump right into our final round between Attack All Around as well as Buriram United X EVOS.
Let's see exactly what they have got in store for us. Buriram taking game number 1. Attack All Around making a good comeback in game number 2. And now we are down to the final one. Winner stays on, loser goes home. And I'll be sad either way because I love both of these teams.
Yeah, fan of both. Like, I've been watching Gun since the early days of Free Fire, and you know, he definitely has shown up big time in some of these moments. But it all boils down to this: who will be able to land the best blows, will eventually advance up ahead to challenge the rest of Southeast Asia.
And I think one factor for BRUXE was winning this is for Moshi to stop focusing on the AWMs. I think, you know, he had a good day number 1, but I would prefer to see him kind of dance around with the shotguns a little bit more. Kororo gets tagged up very early, but that's not going to tickle them all that too much in this initial round of secondary weapons.
Yeah, we see a 3-1 setup coming in from Attack All Around as well. Meanwhile, Jonas found out, and Pungan with the opening shot, and like you said, it's really not looking great for Jonah.
I mean, dude, what was that? He just stood out there in the open, not really trying to take a guess as to the positioning of the Attack All Around players. He took a chance, and chance bit him in the butt.
Yeah, being in such an open position as well. Now, Wasana does have the rooftops for him to work with as compared to Attack All Around, but this should be easily spotted out by Attack All Around. They've been eyeing out through those windows.
Yeah.
And now the flanks coming in from Get High.
I love what Attack All Around's doing. They're just not going for that airdrop. They're staking out the airdrop to see exactly who goes for it. Because you're going to get precious grenades, you're going to get precious glue walls out of it. They're trying to bait out your 2-time world champs. That's insane if you think about the strategy of Attack All Around. If they're winning out at it, Wasana, straight face-to-face fight. Foki must get the drop, and he does exactly that. Jump gets Get High from the back, and he quickly eliminates him as well. Moshi trades out Kororo, but that's not going to tickle them all that too much at all. A 1v3 now for Moshi.
Strength numbers coming in from Attack All Around in order to actually win those trades where you think that there's only 2. Hey,
yeah,
there's another backup all the way from the back as well, so not much can be done by Moshi right now, losing a lot of room of space, and Jump is ready, waiting in by the corner of the tree, and will be able to secure the first point here in our third set.
I think the only way for Buriram XE was to win this now is for Moshi to stop playing that backup player role and be one of the initial slayers that does go ahead to engage. Leave Jonah for the backup instead because he's not having a good day. But the problem here is it's Jonah making the calls as the team captain, so I don't know if or not he'll choose to stay back. It's going to be interesting to see if or not Buriram XE goes down because of that.
I definitely think that the dynamics really have to shift. But they're going to be taking this duel into the warehouse where Jump already gets a little bit more of that opening coming in from the right wing. And he's going to seek out members after members by the corners of the container. Thankfully, BRUXE Evos, they do have a little bit more of a defensive setup. But a good nade will definitely be able to clear it out. But for the time being, none of these guys have nades in hand.
One guy had it, and then he just absolutely wasted it.
Whiffed it.
Yeah, unfortunate. Get High does get tagged up a little bit, but a quick recovery from him. And that does give the information over to the side of Attack All Around, because once again, they do run the Dreki. And Jonah really needs to step it up, but the question is, can he find it within himself to do so?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very tricky call to make, because once you step forward, there might just be 4 members waiting by the corners of the wall, so none of the teams are willing to take that first step up ahead. So with this circle closing out, they will be forced to actually play indoors, and perhaps that's where all the action could be at.
Look at Foki. The position that he's holding on to is just really smart. Attack All Around's trying to bait BRU into the compound, and Foki's just holding the outside so that once they do step in, he can find that backstep on them. But BRU is not silly enough to fall for that. Get High does get tagged up a little bit, and a good glue wall will prevent Get High from getting taken down. Pungan does drop Wasana. Wasana takes out Pungan. They trade each other out.
Oh, this is definitely looking a little bit dire for the rest of BRU, but they did actually get High with those double knocks, and now Pungan, with so little health left, will be able to do the trick. We see the ideation coming from Attack All Around, trying to shut them off from entering, but Evos, they were so prepared to take them on.
And the biggest difference this time around is Moshi's becoming that Slayer. And once again, that's going to be very crucial for BRU to execute if they want to get this victory. They cannot depend on Jonah anymore as the initial engager. Moshi now needs to be their Slayer.
Yeah, and just love the kind of shift that they actually have.
Yeah.
Just switching out roles. I mean, you just need to trust your teammate. Like, say, I have the confidence to actually go in for a kill. I'm going to absolutely do it. Now, in close proximities, Nate's tossed out over on the side of Punga, will not land. Second one being on top of it. Oh my! Wasana relentlessly going in for it. But the run only holds him so much time. Wasana still gets into the back.
Yeah, Kororo just didn't have the gun to kind of hold that fight out a little bit more, and BRUX Evos gets an easy one. Moshi once again steps up, but this time Get High and Jonah, they do get one apiece as well. BRUX Evos finally showing signs of life. And the one thing that will really annoy me is if Moshi buys the AWM, but he doesn't. He buys a double Bison. Let's go. Moshi wants to be. Moshi now wants to be in the front lines. That's what I like.
Bullets for days. That's what we're talking about right now.
Oh, he switches it out though.
Okay.
Throws the gun down. He says, "You take it. I want the AWM."
Yeah. Okay. This is a little bit more stable now. Moshi absolutely being the main core carry for the team right now. He's gonna be able to dish out absolute monstrous damage out there. Speaking of which, shot does land on the jump.
Oh, that nade doesn't tickle him at all.
Oh, tricky position to be at, but Wasana's going to lob another onto Folky. This one did clip the back of Punga for a tad bit more.
If that was a lethal, I think Punga would have gotten taken out. But it's just a nice grenade. It tickles him a little bit, forces him out of his position, but nothing much to worry about.
Yeah, they could absolutely take it slow from here. No rush at all. A 2-2 split going on for the rest of the members of RUX EVOS. So now being spotted out. Dumb tries to find the angles to work over the containers, but these walls is just not doing him any good.
Not at all. Wasana barely gets tagged. Quickly backs away for a good defense and jump. Wasana just sneaks on in. Gets a double jump. Couldn't even back up his team member at all. Kororo, the final player, left alive with the AWM in a 1v4 against your two-time world champs.
My goodness gracious. That swing
Yeah.
to get two of them, and this is just about finding enough space as well as time, and no matter what, BRU will once again get another clean sweep.
I like that.
With pure brutality being displayed.
Absolutely. Now, if Attack All Around wants to win this back, first of all, they really have to prioritize. Okay, they beef up their defenses. I like that. They get 3 Bisons in alongside an AWM. But the next thing they do need is to play that game of distance. Try to, and especially at Factory, you want to get control of that higher ground here, Contra.
Yeah, especially creating space for your teammates at the very same time. Once you actually get those elevated angles, you just have the entire control of the way out. But we're going to get long-range exchanges in the opening rounds. Kororo being forced to put up an early glue wall. But he's got a lot more space to work with. He should be A-okay for the time being. So he's going to be camping out to deal with Moshi. Meanwhile, the other 3 members will be duking it all out indoors instead.
Nobody's going up just yet. For a sec, just managed to get up. Moshi finds one, doesn't get the headshot. Forces Jump to pull out a blue wall to be used very early on, but Get High with a god nade.
Wow. Didn't even see where it came from. In the meantime, the challenge is on. Full score goes. Loki is being held back with his blue walls, but he's going to seek his way out. Huge 180 spin, and that's where BRU still takes the win.
And I love the setup this time round. And BRUX Evos just outplaying Attack All Around, covering all angles, leaving Moshi with the long-range engagements through their AWM. Everybody else just shoves it on in. And pretty much it was a mistake from Attack All Around as well. Getting very aggressive, stepping into the compound of BRUX Evos, where they've already established great defense already. A little sloppy play from the not second-tier team. Your second seed out of Thailand. And BRUX Evos can't do anything but just smile.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it's also interesting to note that Jump this time around opts for the XM rifle to go into this battle. Now, 2 versus 2 into the middle. Wasana getting slightly clipped, but will be able to heal up very, very quickly. So be able to move over onto the upper floor. Meanwhile, trying to prime a grenade through those windows. Not be able to actually fly all too much, but slowly but surely, AAA, they're stacking onto members of BRU.
Just curious as to who's going to find that initial engagement. Jonah's just standing around. A good Tatsuya boost just to get, what did he get? A couple of glue walls. walls for himself. Okay, extra bit of defense. Nothing much to shout about. Jump does manage to find, get high. Wasana out in the open. Sliver of health left for Jump, and the grenade's gonna do him in. Does he get him? Was not even standing around to check if he does.
Yeah, pretty close one though. Meanwhile, he just leaves it up to Goshi, but Get High will be able to actually run right in to rejoin the group. Meanwhile, damage being done. Wasana now taken out.
Fantastic play. Moshi with the tag, Jonah with the finisher. And Aurora's gonna be standing. Sorry, Boon God's gonna be standing outside. And I don't know if this is gonna do him any good. Two players all around, and Moshi with a good blue wall just to avoid those shots in the meantime. The backstab's just non-existent.
Not at all. It's only got to rely on close range AWM, but Boon God is so much better, shredding him out. The Thompson.
Trying to avoid the blue circle. And it just didn't do him any good at all. Backup, non-existent for the side of BRUX EVOS as the players just got a little too cheeky. 2-4. My goodness, this one is pretty close.
Yeah, Moshi coming with a WAWM setup. Well, probably more taps, more chances of you getting,
I guess,
kill secure.
I would prefer a few more grenades on the side, but you know, it is what it is. Moshi with double AWM.
Guess he's just gonna camp out in the corner.
Jonah cooking it up, sends it towards Foki, who does not get tagged up at all. Wasana on the right-hand side flank, but Jump with a long flank around. But is he gonna get there in time to back his teammates up?
Oh, perfect airdrop location for Jonah to actually go in for quick restocks as well. Alright, things are looking decent for the side of BRU EVOS, taking huge control over onto the center. Meanwhile, AAA, they're playing by the edge, but more time that they take, this may not actually be the best notion, as they will eventually have to run right in. They're about to approach this front line of engagement. Wasana's going to be able to hold them out for now. Not that he needs to actually rush out for the moment. Moshi is not an angle for him to actually seek out, but the UAV will be taken out.
Can he find one? Spots out Jump, but no angles to connect with a shot just yet. Has to reposition Wasana. Great tags. No finisher. Ice Grenade will eat away at his HP. The rest of the players on the side attack all around. Oh, they squeeze into a tiny compound. A couple of grenades can do them in now.
Yeah, they're just running like ants, just covering small little angles as they try to follow everyone into the direct center. Wasana's going to eventually get Pungat. Meanwhile, exchanges happening, coming from attack all around. Still no advantages until Jump actually seeks him out. Orion now being utilized. High runs away all the way to the corner. And Moshi, he's going to be able to tap out Kororo. Who's it going to be? 2 versus 2.
Ah, make that 1v2. Wasana really low on that HP. Foki with the sprays. Bison just can't do much as Moshi gets a double.
Such a close call, though. It's really a matter of reaction with those blue walls being put into these corners. And
oh my.
BRU now eyeing for the prize. 1 point away for them to proceed to week 2.
Series point for BRUX EVOS, and attack all around needs to win 4 rounds in a row. But it looks like they're a little low on resources. They will just try to pile on 3 SMGs alongside that AWM. They need to play a little bit of distance, but Clash Squad just doesn't give you much room to do that.
Yeah, especially now with the terrains being so difficult as well. Some of these areas, big water, you just can't afford to dive right in. Yeah. So they really got to make good use of these blue walls, and they will do so. Jump alongside with Twin God's block barricades the bottom layer of the bridge. Still finds a little bit more area to slide out. Control over the top end will be absolutely crucial to win out this battle with Wasana. It's definitely taking charge over the top.
Picks up a grenade from the airdrop as well. Got right down below Moshi. Yes, Wasana does spot him out, does get that information, but what can he do with that info though? Spoon God sneaks right below the deck. BRU up on top, AAA right down below. Who's gonna get this?
Yeah, it's really hard to tell. Like, do you want the battles to be upstairs or downstairs? They're just basically making them decide, and BRU decides to jump right down below, and that's where they get that opening. AAA, they see themselves a chance.
Get high, really low already. Can he get one before he goes down? Answers no. Jump manages to get him. Quickly eliminates him from the equation as well. Attack all around. Kororo drop. Poongod trades out Wasana for that Punisher. Moshi all alone though. It's a 1v2 clutch round for the Clutch King. Can he get it? Steps on up with the AWM. Wasana backs him up, but Poongod says no, and Jump finishes him off.
Yeah, too much for Moshi to deal with, especially when you need 2 bullets to take them out with that AWM.
Yeah.
When, of course.
Well, he did have 2 AWMs.
Yeah, you gotta switch out really quickly. Yeah, gotta, of course, have another better round.
And again, he goes for the double AWM.
It seems like
With
he,
no armor. Are you kidding me?
I guess he just wants to flex like, hey, I'm gonna take you out with double AWMs. Like, I just need 1 more point anyway. So they're just trying to make AAA work pretty hard for this one. But I think this is definitely going to be a certain good angle for them to at least play out those snipers. Jump's going to look out from the outskirts. Meanwhile, Poongod tries to run across, soaks in slight damages. Jonah's going to be waiting indoors, though.
Jump with a really good flank, and he's going to punish Moshi with... Oh, but Moshi, great positioning. Anticipates that attack from Jump.
Oh, huge nade on Moshi as well. That will definitely open up a lot more space, and Poongod pure confidence.
And also the fact that Moshi doesn't have any armor. Like, why would you do that, Moshi?
Well, this is basically giving 1 free point away to AAA, unless this happens. Now 3 versus 1.
Not gonna happen. Wasana, final player, Jump is gonna make that a 1v4. As Kororo gets picked up, Wasana can't do much. Okay, at this point, I say, boy, just give it up.
Yeah.
He's got a Bison. He doesn't even have an AWM to kind of sneak around and get those one-hit wonders.
Yeah. Now, with him just doing ring around the rosy, I guess it's just about time. And Jump, once again, showing that he is one of the top gunners here, coming in from AAA, having almost the equal work rate alongside with Poongod.
I think that was such a throw from Moshi.
Yeah.
He could have just gotten an SMG for himself.
Very questionable, right? Like, you need to manage your resources.
Even if not an SMG, maybe some armor. This time he smartens up. He's like, okay, just 1 AWM is going to be enough for me. I'm not going to get greedy. I need a helmet. Yes, you do. You always need a helmet.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to respect AAA, especially with Poongod being so sharp throughout the course of this battle. Now, Jonah's going to be able to make that run in. Challenge Poongod first. He's got the shotgun at the ready, though. Meanwhile, the glue wall will definitely block out 1 form of the entry, and Moshi's just going to be waiting for a perfect angle.
And he
This
spots
got-
one, but he backs away. Smart play because players do have... what? Did he just throw a nade at his own player?
Seems to be the case. Well, I guess it's just the distance, but hey, they're looking a-okay. At least they're still alive, but Jonah getting a couple of tags right in. Bulky holds all the way back. Love all these blue walls right up in the middle. But BRU, they say we're going to camp out in the same territory. We're waiting for the rest of BRU X EVOS to invade.
Just a flurry of ice grenades just ticking away at the HP, forcing AAA to back away from all of those crazy glue walls set up as a maze. But now, because of that, they are only left with 2 glue walls to play around with, which is a little unfortunate. Jump and Kororo might just be the saviors. Folky manages to pick one up from the ad drop. Just beefs himself up a little bit more. Wasana steps on in from up top. An attack all around, still holding the outside perimeter.
Yeah, BRU playing with a whole lot more precaution right now. They cannot afford to drop another round, but the timer, we definitely have to keep that in check. The next zone will appear pretty soon, and that will eventually force BRU to move out to get the trades.
Great trades back and forth. Jonah with the bumps, but Jump won't be able to put him down. Are we going to see an equalizer? All the way to a round number 11 we go.
And yes, it will be down to the very final round.
That's on you, Moshi.
And now the pressure is definitely on the shoulders of BRU X EVOS, which started with such a huge lead.
Yeah.
AAA have been able to close that gap, and he's still running with the double AWMs. And as a matter of fact, everybody gets the AWM of their own.
This is insane. Everybody's got enough money to buy the wall for themselves. So let's see if or not. It's going to be enough. Everybody's stacked. It's an all-out battle in this final round. Sudden death. Winner stays on. Loser goes home. Poongod and Jump on that right side flank. Jump really pushing the boundaries here. Moshi's not going to catch him off guard just yet. Jonah very patient. Not even whipping out his gun just yet.
Yeah, they definitely have to get all the intels as much as possible. I believe that Jonah has been able to spot our two members moving right across. So that is just about enough for them to actually work things around. Wasana now spotted out, but it doesn't really matter all too much because Kuro did not actually budge off.
I'm in disbelief that Kuro didn't bother to take a shot because Wasana was out in the open. Yeah.
Guess that he doesn't want to reveal his location just yet. Else he might just be a sitting duck over the top. Foki now goes directly. Snake flying in.
Jonah not tagged.
Sada now coming in with a flank. Still gonna be looking for a huge wrap around. Jonah's cutting right across. It gets high from the back.
Wasana and Jonah catching up together, and Jonah just could not pick up Get High in a situation like that. Get High is going to be the sacrificial lamb, and I cannot believe this is what we're seeing. Because it's a 4v3. Your two-time world champs might have just squandered their opportunity. Foki now on the left side flank alongside Jump. Wasana shows up. It's going to be the Bison fight, and Wasana says, I'm not staying around for this fight.
Rolling with two members to take on Poongod right now. Poongod's going to make that run in. He's got to watch his 6 as well, as he will eventually bring that shot on his own. Still surviving though. Poongod, how do you do this? He gets it.
Oh! BRUX T-Boss is out of the competition! An attack all around! They move on through!
A miraculous play from Poongod. You saw the courage to run outside of the safe zone, and he was supposed to be taken down. A couple of shots out of BRUX EVOS got whipped off, and AAA, they take every single chance that they get. And right now, I don't know what's happening off cameras for BRUX EVOS, but I'm thinking Moshi definitely does have some certain regrets. But for Attack All Around, they will celebrate their way to end this weekend for themselves.
BRUX EVOS needs Coach Mustachio on their side. Remember when I was talking about him putting down that sniper, grabbing an SMG for himself or a shotgun, just getting into the battle? He became the top fragger of the team instantly. And I don't know what was the decision or what was the conversation that was going on between the players on the side of Buriram X EVOS, where Moshi just decided, okay, you know what, I'm going to stop the fights, I'm going to stop picking up kills, I'm just going to go back to my sniper role.
Yeah.
And that clearly was a terrible idea.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting as well when we see a high party coming from BRUX EVOS on those snipers, right? Like, there is some limitations when you're using snipers. Sure, it was great for perhaps long-range openers, but when it comes down to certain areas where there's a lot of compounds where you traverse through, then it becomes slightly more difficult as compared to when you bring in an AR or SMG into play. Then it's really down to effectiveness of how much could you basically pull through the damages.
For me, it's not just about that. I mean, it's just like a simple game of football, or soccer if you want to call it, right? If you know one of your players is having a bad day, you don't put him as the center forward and expect him to score a couple of goals. You throw him as a midfielder. You just try to get him to control the ball a little bit and let someone else do the running. Let someone else do the flanking from the left and right. But it just wasn't the case. And what I expected to see out of Buriram XE was to pull Jonah back from that Slayer role, throw Moshi in, because you know for a fact Moshi can get the job done. And at this point, he was doing exactly that. But I don't know who made that call, but whoever who made that call, yep, they're definitely responsible for Buriram getting kicked out.
Definitely a pretty interesting type of setup where Jonah basically was scoring a lot more assists than takedowns. And that is something that, you know, isn't exactly what they wanted. Sure, you had a phenomenal couple of days going into the other bracket, but you're dealing with another titan of a squad.
Who knows you in and out.
In and out, absolutely. And I would definitely say that Jump overall throughout the series have been absolutely consistent.
And he was mostly effective because of all of those long flanks around. And Moshi kept holding on to the back lines with the sniper. and that sniper was useless because Jump was that guy who was annoying him with those flanks. And now Moshi couldn't keep an eye on the center of the field. All he needed to do was just try to take Jump out of the equation, because if he doesn't, Jump's going to take that backstab. So Jump pretty much disabled Moshi, and that is one other thing that could have changed if Moshi just stopped playing the sniper.
Yeah, and I just feel like there's definitely a lot of things to discuss overall within this series, but we also got to also point out that Attack All Around on Game 2 onwards, they've also been able to really put the pedal to the metal and show the more aggressive sides, where you start to see switch-ups in terms of the way they've been able to bring out different types of artillery. And now, to seize that way forward, there's an exhilarating round that came pretty close down to the final game, as Attack All Around will be your first team to advance into the next stage.
And I would have it no other way, right? We get 3 games and we get round 11. We maximize the number of rounds that we could play in a matchup between the two to find out exactly which one of these Thai Titans could move on to the next round. Unfortunately for Buriram X Evols, today just not the day for them. Attack All Around, on the other hand, we'll be waiting to see if or not they meet the brothers of Buriram X Evols in the form of Evols Divine, or if it's gonna be Morph Team.
Yeah, Morph definitely had a fantastic run throughout the course of the year, and now going up against EVOS, I think this quite similar of a story of what we see from the Thai region, but Indonesia, I would say that this is probably a region with the utmost amount of talent, and now that you've brought it up, like, could it be another White Tiger that will be advancing forward? But Morph has always been that hungry team that's been looking to basically secure these championship titles home. So that is definitely to be seen later on. But man, this series itself, I just love how towards the ending, it all comes down to the huge crescendo.
Oh yeah, man. I think everybody's gonna be delighted except me that your 2-time world champs are out of the equation. That just means everybody else stands a higher chance. They just need to figure out the solution against Attack All Around, who managed to do the dirty against Buriram X Evols themselves. But Evols Divine versus Morph, just like what we saw in the first series, might just take us all the way to Game 3 again.
Yeah, probably so. So I would say that this itself will probably be no holds barred, and in the matter of how classic Indonesian matches go, like, sure, there is definitely tactics in play, but when it comes down to close quarter combat, these guys are all masters. So that's what I want to see a whole lot more of than, you know, compared to the Thai region. Sure, a lot of AWMs, but we'll definitely have to see how they adapt.
Absolutely, man. Of course, we're going to take a quick short break before we find out exactly who the next victors are going to be. Take this time to grab yourself some snacks as well as a drink. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, survivors, and this is the Free Fire C Cup Class Squads. As right here we have Mustacho, AJ, and of course my name is Contra, where we're going in for another epic series between some of the best teams of Southeast Asia. And this time around, we're going to have 2 Indonesian squads, and only one will prevail to make it into the next rounds.
Mob team goes up against EVOS Divine. EVOS Divine with the Wonder Child in their ranks as well. The 14-year-old kid is looking to get it done again. I think the first time we saw him in the competition, he had a great start and then kind of fizzled out a little bit later on, but I'm waiting to see a little bit more from him.
And this player itself is revered to be one of the kings of 1 versus 1 battles.
Yeah.
But when you put a 4 versus 4, of course, the dynamics itself will definitely change drastically.
Correct, yes.
But going up against fourth team, I think they are also a team to behold, where we definitely want to take a look at some of the stats between both squads before we proceed into the action. Of course, a fourth team has been around for such a long time with great names to be able to actually reach even international stages prior. They definitely will be able to actually extend the test of time, especially now, them both playing in the same league that have seen them going battles after battles. It's once more the time to sell the score.
Yeah, Mob team pretty much shocked the world of Free Fire when they got the 3rd spot at FFSI, and that was their very first international debut. They've never been to a stage like that before, and the moment they got there, they walked away with the 3rd spot. Nothing more they could ask for as an organization. Let's take a look at the eliminations here. 77 to 52. Mob team pretty much beating out EVOS Divine at the point of time, alongside that damage as well.
Yeah, like when we look at their journey, I believe they were taking on teams like AB Radicals and just having such a monstrous performance when you look at the damage that they've been able to deal in those couple of rounds.
Yeah.
As much as they're not really going in for, you know, too much of those headshots, like it's all about their prowess when it comes down to close proximity fights that have been able to see them excel. And I think this is one of the most outrageous numbers when it comes down to the knockdown ratios.
Yes.
111 points of knockdown.
I mean, 111 to 65. Look at the rescues, 23 to 6 on every single aspect. They just seem to be outdoing the players on the side of EVOS Divine. Let's take a quick head-to-head here between PU as well as Javra. 23 to 19 eliminations. Of course, PU wins that out. 8,000 to 7,000 damage. PU wins that out. 40% headshot to 31. He wins that out. Every single angle you look at it from, it's going to be Morph team.
Yeah, and this fan is all about that pure aggression overall. And I'm just looking at these numbers that it's just certain that a player could just land 40% of those shots. Like, a little bit more improvement season going on 50, but even so, like, it's all about the mastery of different types of weaponry when it comes down to class squad battles. Because everybody starts off with those pistols, and that's where they really gotta, of course, hit the mark from the first couple rounds. But Javra definitely has a lot to offer from his showing on those first round. Though both sides have definitely seen pretty much clean rounds going on their favor in the prior matches.
Of course, I would have loved to see Rasia being in that head-to-head, but unfortunately, his prowess and his skills in the competition thus far has not truly reached its peak just yet. But let's take a quick look at the active and passive skills here brought in by the players. It's going to be the A124, Dimitri, Orion, as well as K for the combination this time around for Morph team.
Yeah, I really do love the form of diversity, but of course, you still have the staple right here. I definitely am interested to see how Ambot actually functions, especially is bringing the Hayato skill online, which is not always brought forward in many of all these teams.
Yeah.
So definitely that might just be the difference of how K goes into this execution.
Yeah, K basically gives you that extra bit of EP. EP turns into HP, something you can really make use of in a Clash squad. You don't really want to get down and out a little bit too quickly. The Orion setup seems to be a very basic one alongside Miguel as well as Andrew. You are going to be getting that extra bit of buff in terms of that EP when you do get those knocks. And speaking of Rasia, he's going to be your rusher for the side of EVOS Divine with the Tatsuya on top.
Yeah, I would say that they're almost identical when it comes down to both sides of the setting.
Yeah.
Where you can see the staples of having the Orion that is currently basically a lifeline for a certain individual to create and outplay potential. So overall, we're just looking at, of prefers Russia to be the main man on the block in order to secure these numbers back in the team, which is why he's going for pretty much a speedster type of combination on skills.
They've got the speeds there, and they also have a double auto being run. And if they do manage to find a knock that slows down the rest of the team members who are within a 20-meter radius, and the blessing in disguise here is we're playing Clash Squad, so the 20-meter radius is going to be very achievable, especially after that circle closes in. So they've got the speed, they've also got the capability to slow down their opponents. I think this is a very smart move coming through from these players, and you can see that the players who do bring in the auto are not running the Kelly. So we are not going to see Jabra and beyond trying to get the rush. They're potentially going to be playing this from the longer angles and having Russia as well as ABAX rushing in for the takedowns.
Yeah, perhaps this might actually be a very different tempo of play coming from EVOS Divine.
Yeah.
Meaning to say that perhaps we're looking more of a formational setup, of maybe a 2-2 split going on with Jalthar as well as Beyond guarding the backs, and then allowing a little bit more room for Russia as well as ABAX to be able to work their way out into the forefront. So interesting to actually see how this comes into fruition when you're going up against your team, which right now sees them having the best of statistics. I mean, headshots,
Oh, yeah.
damage being done.
Everything pretty much.
Yeah, and these guys are all about bringing in the heat in those close proximity fights. So, fourth team probably will be able to eventually find ways to crack some of these pressure coming in from people Divine, even if it's going to be coming in from a little bit of long range. So, love that we actually get to see a little bit more of what the players are up to as they're getting set up for their upcoming match. No signs of nervousness on both ends, and that's always good. And once again, just look at Russia. At such an early age, jumping into the competitive Free Fire and already guarding so much attention. You can always see this chap just having pure absolute focus. And I just love the level of confidence with them having a couple of jokes to crack out before we hit into our first battle. So definitely going to be pretty interesting once we do get ourselves into the game. So fourth team, I think that with whatever they've been able to achieve in the past, should be able to match up right now. So of course, let's see whether or not can give us a find by the odds of whatever is left in the statistics tank. This fourth team is definitely going to be one hell of a challenger to take it off from Evo Divine.
Both teams playing from the exact same spot, so that gives them a little bit of room for intimidation, perhaps just through their body language and confidence as they head on into this next matchup. And Morph team definitely looks very, very confident. EVOS Divine really needs to show off, at least in this game, number one, if they want to knock down that bit of confidence from the side of Morph, if they want to take this move.
Into Bermuda we go as we take off our Indonesian affair here, starting off with our first matchup in between the docks. And this definitely will be a little bit more of a tough challenge, especially when you're working on pistols. We're looking at double Berettas coming right in. Quick run-ins coming in from Morph with pretty much a 3-1 setup. Only aimbot's gonna be in within the warehouse compound itself. Mildly spotted out by Russia. Drop it down to 50%.
No biggie, as he's going to be able to top his health right back up. But the aggression from the Wonder Kid instantly on display. ABAX will spot out Pew. Couple of pew-pews, not going to be able to take him down just yet.
We're just looking at the rest of Morph team solely controlling regions of the map, starting to actually pull out more and more of that spacing against EVOS Divine, where they couldn't afford to really proceed much further forward, having so many of all these areas being guarded off by Ambot. But he's about to receive a lot of attention coming in from the Tigers themselves.
It's a pretty much dragged out fight at the very start, and I understand that. Both teams desperately want to get the pistol round to their side because that's going to give them the resources for this next round. But dragging this out a little bit too long is not going to serve Morph team well at all, as the circle is going to be forcing them in. And there's just no more room to hide if EVOS Divine decides to execute a quick rush.
Seems seems like they definitely do have a certain formation to eventually wrap things around if they want to go outskirts, but currently it will be a huge risk to take, especially with such a huge stack coming in from Morph. So they're just going to play around the clock this time. Zamba already taken the higher angles across these containers, expecting members of Evo's Devon to cut through.
Russia spotting on Maal and his feet as well. This guy doesn't give an inch at all. Ambot down on the ground as Apex finds his head from the back. Goja's going to be able to continue to pile them with all of those shots, and Pew, the final survivor, has got nowhere else to run. And Russia, what a rush!
Oh, absolutely love the way they've been able to go in for those double stacks and just sniffed out Morph Team's plan, hiding by the corners of those containers. And eventually, it wasn't too much of a defensive position that Morph Team actually had that actually gives Evo's Divine a lot more room to just play things through. So things looking absolutely clean to start off the round here. Russia getting 2. And great support coming in from Beyond. He got 3 assists, tagging on to majority of these members of the Morph team.
Big word done, and it seems like they want a little bit more. Not a lot of overspending here from the side of Evo's Divine. I like that. Just purchasing those mini Uzis. Not too expensive, but Beyond going for the more expensive one, which is the AC-80. Double tag on those shots, gets you that extra bit of damage. Good glue wall, but doesn't even have much time. At that ad drop, manages to sneak away one quick grenade, and out he goes.
Yeah, and it seems like he is being pretty much a little bit of a menace going on to more. As much as he was being spotted out, he definitely has just about enough speed to actually get off the radar for the time being. Meanwhile, Morph is just holding on to the sidelines, and this form of chokehold that Evo's Divine is currently having is gonna leave very little room for Morph Team should the phase close out.
Let's see exactly what the setup is gonna be like here. Both teams just waiting for the other to make a move. Javra has got a good position, bird's eye view, spots out Maal on the cross, knows exactly what he needs to do, but turns around at the wrong time. Maal has an opportunity to push that backstab, but Avex uses that opportunity as well to move on in for the shutdown. Maal has to gather his courage to cross that open land once again to back Avex up, and Avex gets few. How?
He's just going for that quick peek, and he's still going for it. 1 HP left. Will be taken out, though. Bion with a double nade landing onto Morph. They're all being pincered into the shack. Nowhere to run, and Davra tries to buy a lot more time to be able to actually utilize what he has in order to get the round back for Evo's Divine.
Clearly, numbers mean nothing here because we saw Morph Team being better on every single stat, but Evo's Divine just outplaying them on every angle in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I just love the tactical plays that comes in from Evo's Divine. First, you take more of that spacing, and Morph Team wasn't allowed to actually move into a safe corner, especially once the phase does shrink out, so there wasn't really much room for them to play around with. Now, at least with a couple of buys going through, Morph Team might be able to stand a good chance. So they try to get a little bit more of a widespread this time. 2-2. Meanwhile, it's a 3-stack over on the side of Evo's Divine. Bion goes in to try to open up a little bit more of that room, but Pew! He has to take this shot all the way from back.
He spots one instantly for the shots, but can he manage to grab this for himself? He just rushes on in to find himself. Oh, what an ice grenade! He's going to be able to tag up the play inside the containers. Avex finds Ambot in the meantime, and that is not going to be great at all for the side of Morph Team.
Yeah, Koja being stuck right now has to create a little bit more of that passage. We'll be able to snip out Beyond, though. Now with the jump shot, it does not connect. And Beyond has been able to hold them all out. Jaffa now going up close and personal. Ma'al's going to challenge him, and Evos yet again prevails. 3-0 sweep right now. Does Morph actually stand any chance at all?
Oh, they do. I mean, first 2 rounds they lost, so they were down in terms of cash. So probably by the time we get into round number 4, we're going to have a more equal fight. At this point of time, Morph Team still pretty much nerfed financially. They do put on a little bit of priority to get that armor for themselves and see if this one works out in their favor. I think they just taking this a little bit too slow against Morph team. They have to step up a little bit of courage to go in for the rush. I mean, Pew did that, but he had no backup earlier.
Yeah, this is going to be an important round as well for Morph because this is them expending all of their resources. But with that, they do know that they got the better weapons and they're going for a quick rush.
Oh my
but
God.
Bayon, he still gets a double.
Why? Ma'al spots Javra out, standing in the open, takes an easy shot. Took his time with that on top of everything else. Rasia with a pump. Charge Buster for the win. Ma'al, the final player. It's a sniper going up against two AC-80s and a Charge Buster. Alright, it's not going to help you, my son.
Nah, not a chance at all. And we were basically raving about how good Rasha is. We absolutely forgot about Beyond, where he is just an absolute monster.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he holds out on those 1 versus 2 so well in these past 2 rounds that this is just absolutely ridiculous. Now, with, of course, the economy being dented, Morph just got to scrape through with whatever they have.
No doubt, Rasia, I mean, the main reason why a lot of emphasis goes into Rasia is because purely his age. You know, it's not like he rose to fame at the age of 14, which he is now. He was already popular 2-3 years ago.
Probably, like, back when he was 11, right?
Yeah, exactly, right. So it's just insane that someone that young can go onto a stage as big as this and still ruin the lives of his opponents who are probably double his age.
Yeah, which absolutely baffles me to this point. Russia, as we speak of the ace player coming from EVOS Divine, has been able to dish out a significant amount of damage onto a few of these players of Morph. Of course, Ma'al has ample space to be able to get his health back up. Meanwhile, I definitely do prefer this type of setup coming from Morph, where they've been able to actually set up a better holding into these territories where they're also having two more on the left flank. Over the bottom, there's one player that will need to actually take guard, and that's Koja, already being tagged up.
It looks like the nade is going to make quick work of him, but he gets picked right back up. Thankfully, to the fact that everybody else on the side of Morph is holding a tight line. Javra tagged up, Beyond tagged as well. No finisher just yet. Amax turns the corner, but he bites the bullet.
Well, that's another huge nade from Beyond, landing onto Pew. That is going to be a huge opener that allows Beyond to go in for the rush, but the moment he steps up, aimbot is there to hold out.
And Rasia with a CQC on that AWM. You hate to see that if you're the opponent. Jafra with the mini Uzi, he's going to punish Koja. I don't know what Koja was doing, but that was just unbelievable.
And Jafra, he goes in for that quick swap as well. Now down to the battle by the corner of the staircase.
Oh.
No 1v1's possible. More of this time outnumbers them.
Yeah, Ma'al steps it up for sure. And he just needs to do that a couple of more times. Just keep the distance. And I realize that Pew has been going in for the rush a couple of times already, but it seems to not be working out in his favor at all. So a little bit of change of pace is most definitely needed from the side of Morph team, which they did show in that round number 5. Just want to see a couple of more of that. Well, EVOS Divine going to run away with an easy game 1.
Yeah, and they're basically taking a little bit more of a better control over the first of the map. Meanwhile, this time, EVOS decides to split up with an individual in each respective pound. Not sure if they'll be able to hold out with full squad being sent through, as Morph is hoping to basically isolate each respective fight.
Beyond. From afar. Can't do much. Needs to cut down the distance a little bit as he runs the mini Uzi! But walks straight into the AWM of Ma'al.
Man, Javra was just waiting in the wings as well. But he couldn't really get his ankles through. More such a massive clearance. This is where Aimbot takes what he gets, just rushing right through. And he times it perfectly with the AWM shots as well, just going through before he takes charge.
As anticipated, the turnaround is at that round number 4 where the resources kind of doesn't really punish Morph team all that too much. They can buy whatever they want. They've got that full armor to work around with. EVOS Divine is making a couple of mistakes. Ma'al, you cannot miss those shots.
Yeah, Ma'al is
too
not
many.
letting it.
Oh.
But he just still get the job done. So he was just buying a lot of time. He's just looking for assists, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you are going to get distracted if a sniper's shooting at you.
Yeah, make them dance a little bit more and like hey, my team's a cleanup crew. We'll definitely be able to actually get through. This time we're going into the factory ground, so let's see how they actually play for position, because the first round itself we see a very slow pace action coming from both sides.
Yeah.
Now that they do have those resources, especially now that Morph is a hit when it comes down to weaponry, Evos Divine wants to get 2 of the AWMs into play as well. So let's see if they could basically find a opening.
Wow!
And they're already preaching it through! Not giving
Rasia
time at all!
hasn't been spotted out just yet. He can be the game changer. Pew circles around with the charge buster, charges it up, doesn't pop the shot just yet. Ma'al finds beyond. Rasia still alive and kicking. Tries to get away, takes the spot shots, but now gets caught from the back and barricades himself in with the glue walls, but now is trapped. A good grenade can take him out of the equation, but Ambot puts him down.
Here we go, Koja, with the Uzi in hand. It's gonna be a little strike right through, but
Oh, that's it.
For the exchange, only down to ABAX. ABAX is indoors, I guess, like, they've already checked every single nook and cranny. This is just going to be a hunting spree, and another tab coming from Pew to be able to catch up to Evos Divine. And another point to go to 4.
And just like that, we are 1 round away from tying this up. Morph team really knows how to catch right back up. Evos Divine got a little bit cocky with the movements, but I think the way Rasia played it was really good. Unfortunately, he got caught a little bit off guard there. He did not expect such a blazed up speed run from across the battlefield.
Neither do we. I was just saying, hey, they're going to play it slowly, but okay, this is what Evos Divine expects. We're giving him a different taste of what Morph team can basically offer. Okay.
It's a good nade, but the wall just blocks it off.
Yeah, perfectly timed as well. And just look at how Morph team actually plays with the tempo as well. Like, one moment you think that they're just going to be hugging onto walls, and next course of the battle, they just come in with guns blazing, rushing at them. This time, Evos Divine choose to play on the lower grounds, not marching forward. They're drawing a little bit more of that resources out from forward, and they're looking for everybody indoors.
Beyond exposes himself a little bit, but no advantage taken by Pew. Ma'al steps back as well. Rasia, 2 players inside a tiny compound. Does not sound good to me. A couple of grenades can wreck them, but thankfully, the opponents have none.
Yeah, Evos this time around taking a very defensive approach indoors. Meanwhile, it doesn't really deter A-Bot from getting one. My goodness. Ambot, he's just running rings over the top end, and meanwhile, Fuse is going to be able to dish out even more from the back. Reloads coming in from both sides. Beyond will be able to hold out, and only down to Apex yet again. Morph has been able to tie this scoreline, just needing 1 more hit over onto Apex.
Morph team finally waking up in the competition for today. Ambot circles around looking for Apex. Is in the house, is going to be flushed out by the circle. And it looks like the circle is going to squeeze him out just in the nick of time for him to get shot down by Pew.
He's not even given the space for it. I mean, try as he may, coming in with a jump like that, you're not going to get all 3 of these members.
Oh, yeah.
So, now that Morph team has been able to match up the pacing, or as a matter of fact, create a pace of their own, they're basically telling Evos Divine, you have to play at Gear 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, now we start things off at Mill. A few more of those compounds to kind of work around with, but one thing's going to be crucial for both sides to get onto that higher ground instantly as soon as this match starts up. Morph team's the first one to get up there, but Evos Divine playing a slightly different trick, and I like how Morph keeps them at the lower ground by tossing out all of those grenades towards the stairs.
Yeah.
Very smart play.
Very early commitment of the nades. Now all they really have to do is just hold on to this position, so Abax might have a lot of work to do to find a way to wrap things around. But just look at him, oh, he's just gonna get that bird's eye view onto almost every member out of Evos Divine. Warning shot being fired over onto Jafra. Rasha. Over onto the middle. Not much that he could basically do right now, only holding onto that shotgun. So, really down to Jafra if he could basically find a little bit more leeway, though some damage has already been done. Evos Divine now pushes forward.
Trying to get up towards the second platform. Cole just trying to keep them back to the AWM. Wall's been cracked already. And Apex will be able to push on forth a tad bit. But can he circle around as well and find the flank? Rasia in the meantime finds Pew, nails him down. No elimination just yet as Ambot comes in for the save.
Mbot still holding it out. Morph, they depend on him, but he will at least be able to go in for a trade. Mal needs to get the reloads done, and he finds the angle against the rest of EVOS. Once again, Apex, last man standing, this time dealing with two. And yet again, Morph team pushes it through, and they are now in the lead.
4 rounds in a row, match point for Morph team. 1 more to go to close off game number 1 to reverse sweep EVOS Divine in the most craziest of manner.
And they got cash to stack up for days. They don't even actually need to make those purchases because these rounds have been absolutely clean as well. Meanwhile, definitely it will be a little bit of a struggle coming from EVOS Divine, but they still managed to actually squeeze in full purchases. Just that a few of these members don't really have much of a secondary weapon, but pistols work around with, so they will definitely have to claw their way back up. Let's see if the Tigers still have anything left in the tank right now in order to tie it up. Meanwhile, Ma'al, the man to look out for, really putting up quite the showing here. Just looking at these numbers, evenly distributed. Like, sure, Koja playing a more supportive role, but the proactivity out of the squad is just so effective. Apex has a hunch. Ma'al's going to be hiding right behind. Misses that moment that he runs right past, so he might have actually lost that intel, but with the UAV up online, everybody gets spotted out.
Ma'al does get tagged up, but still alive and kicking. The opening can be used by the rest of the players from this side of Morph team to find a quick access and shut down EVOS Divine. But no rushes just yet. They're taking their time. They know they've got the circle. EVOS Divine, on the other hand, just with 1 player inside, which is Rasia, has no backup. Ma'al cooking up the nade already. Will he deliver it though?
Oh, he's talking about the tech corners. He has a little bit more of a leeway right underneath the bridges. And here comes Jabra holding on to your life as he challenges Pew. 1 versus 1, and Pew forced to bring up even more cool walls to defend himself. He still finds a little bit more of that crease, still surviving, and buys time.
Oh
and
my
EVOS,
God!
they got absolutely crushed here in game 1.
A reverse sweep by Morph team. EVOS Divine getting the initial 4 rounds. And just when we expected things to turn around, it did, but not the way EVOS Divine thought it would go. They thought maybe a little bit of back and forth, and then they win out game number 1. But Morph team said, no, sir, we are here to absolutely crush you.
Yeah, you just absolutely can see how Morph team has been able to just solely put on that chokehold from the positions that they were at.
Yeah.
And even despite EVOS coming up with defensive ideation, it didn't seem like the trades were ever going on their favor, because every single time that they go for fights, they were outnumbered.
I mean, we saw how Pew was moving in that fight. And it's insane that he didn't get taken down.
Yeah.
He had a sliver of health, and instead he was the one that managed to get the knock. An instant elimination for the rest of the side of EVOS Divine, and Morph team takes it 6-4. A unexpected turn of events here in game number 2.
Just a phenomenal display coming in from Morph team, and they will now take the lead here in the series. And EVOS Divine, with so much accolades that they've had before, hitting into this 4 versus 4, sure, it may be a little bit more of a challenge to really match up to the tempo of what Morph team actually offers.
Yeah.
That switch up, especially on this round itself, or should I say round 4, definitely had an entire different type of dynamics being shown for Morph team, and EVOS Divine felt like they were forced to hold themselves back until like try to come up with certain pushes of their own.
Yeah.
By then, Morph already had the better angles to work with.
And I think it was EVOS Divine did not change anything, but it was Morph team that did a lot of the adjustments. Initially, we saw Pew and Koja consistently going in for the rushes, and it just wasn't working out in their favor.
Yeah.
And then you saw them change the pace up. They wanted to hold back a little bit. They let Ma'al get a couple of long shots, kind of nerfing the pace of their opponents. He was divine a little bit before, of course, executing that maneuver in for the rush. 9 eliminations through 3,878 damage. Pew, your champ. And I tell you, the final play, the final round was where you know this guy was meant to win.
He is the real deal,
Yeah.
and that play itself was just the icing on the cake. Like, for him to be able to stand toe-to-toe and really hold himself out there
Yeah.
for such a long time itself it goes to show how well this player plays in general, and it's just absolutely crazy of how this team as a whole functions in the hive mind manner,
Yeah.
where everybody can frag at the same form of tempo and still be able to cover each other's back, because
Yeah.
you saw Pew, he definitely needs a little bit more backup, and what he did, buy as much time, do whatever you can, and still went in for the trade as well.
Speaking of time, right, it's crazy how Pew managed to time the pop on that active skill of that A124 as well. Instantly disables your opponent's skills to be activated for the next 30 seconds. And he usually waits until the final moments of that circle. The circle is closed in already, which means if he does activate that A124, everybody on the side of his opponents is going to get affected. They can't use their active skills anymore.
Yeah.
Pretty much redundant.
And I think like that's really important that you actually point this one out, because that denies all that final hurdle
Yeah.
abilities that they've been saving
No
up.
Orion to worry about.
Yeah, and with that, like, it just creates a lot more of that open battle where
Yeah.
your team will be able to have enough walls and even more of that resources
Yeah.
to basically turn out those battles. So I think that itself is basically a big brain move coming out of both teams.
Absolutely right. I mean, he's an MVP on every single stat, as well as the big brain plays. The timing has been perfect. The mechanical skills out of Pew has been, you know, pretty much integral. But Ma'al is my second MVP for sure. He started off the game very slow, and he just needed to get his hands on that AWM. The moment he picked up that sniper, things immediately changed for the team.
Yeah, and I also felt like Evil's Divine kind of had an overheat moment where, you know, things were going really good on the first two rounds,
Yeah.
and they were relying on Beyond to actually come in with those set plays,
Correct, yes.
opening things up,
Yeah.
and he was the one that made it all possible, even holding out 1 versus 2.
Yeah.
And eventually, more team identified, hey, this is one player that we definitely have to take down
Right.
as fast as we can.
Yeah.
And then eventually, like, you really need to have the same level of proactivity coming from the rest of Evil's Divine, which
Yep.
was not so prevalent as compared to what more team has been able to actually churn up with in such a short time itself.
Yeah, to add on to that as well, I think it was just EVOS Divine having that one strategy to execute round after round. But you saw the initiative more from Morph team. You know, the initial rushes, which clearly fell flat. It just didn't
Yeah.
work out in their favor. But they were the ones kind of dictating the pace from the very start of the game, even though they were not winning out those initial rounds. And then they changed that pace up once again. They kept EVOS Divine guessing, wait a minute, where are these guys going to pop out from? And I think the one good counter for Morph team is going to be playing more to the pace of Rasya, who's going to be able to get those rushes in. But I think his team members are trying to get him to hold back a little bit, which could just be the downfall of EVOS Divine. They need to crank it up a notch if they want to take down Morph.
Yeah, I definitely would say that that is the only way to go forward, especially with Morph having such a setting.
Correct, yeah.
So just look at how the tempo has slowed down by so much that EVOS Divine just looked like they were second-guessing some of all these next moves, whereas Morph team says, yeah, just bring it on. We're absolutely ready. Like,
It's either you bring it on or we bring it on.
yeah.
Either way, let us have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, and either way, you just see, like, every single time that EVOS Divine was forced into making the first move,
Yeah.
they eventually had their positions compromised
Yep.
and
Yep.
members being clumped into different sort of positions. And even when it comes down to isolated fights,
Yeah, yeah.
that last match, the icing more on those 1v1s.
And EVOS Divine wasn't really abusing the grenades. They could have purchased those grenades. They could have tried to flush out the players on the side of Morpheem a little bit more. And it's mainly because Morpheem keeps finding the compounds and hunkering down in these compounds. Those
Yeah.
grenades can be a game changer But perhaps that's going to be the adjustment for game number 2.
Yeah, and speaking of grenades, I absolutely love that. I believe it was like the 7th or 8th round where they were trying to take charge over onto the mill.
Yeah.
And you saw immediately Morph Team opens up with those grenades. Like, that's
Yeah.
zone control.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
zone control is so important in this game.
Absolutely. You want to make sure they don't get that high ground advantage. And those grenades initially tossed towards the stairs were more than perfect to make EVOS Divine think, okay, maybe not. They try to go from the right-hand side flank, just didn't work out in their favor. They try to approach from the left, and then Ma'al shows up with a sniper. He did almost get taken out, so props to EVOS Divine for the attempt, but unfortunately failed as well.
Yeah, so far, like, just reading out of what Morph Team is trying to do, they try to funnel EVOS Divine into a very specific location.
Correct,
And
yes.
once that bottlenecks up, like, the trades most likely will be somewhat more of a 60-40 than a 50-50 by then.
Yes.
Especially when everybody has to run through the same staircase.
Yeah.
So it's like, you definitely fancy your chances. Doesn't matter how many blue walls you pop up by then.
Yep.
You'll be able to at least have a better foothold onto that position.
And clearly, the A124 has been doing its work quite a little bit because in the hands of few, because mostly towards the final moments of this game, we just do not see the active skills being used or abused by the side of EVOS Divine. So strategically, Morph Team has got a one-up on EVOS Divine, and I don't know what they're going to do to overcome this in game number 2. Perhaps keep a little bit of distance, perhaps try to take few out of the equation first. Let's see if they can find it.
Yeah, and of course, some of all these ideation definitely requires a little bit more of that switch up. Each respective team definitely does have a coach for exactly just that.
Correct, yes.
Because Morph Team definitely looked like they came in with a game plan. Like, game 1, round 1, round 2, yeah, we could go ahead and have a little bit more of a read of positioning.
Yeah.
And then once you have enough resources, it's hammer time.
I tell you, all of this screaming and shouting and casting for these teams is making me a little bit hungry. And I think that's been a constant conversation between Husky and I as well as to how hungry I get on all of these shows. I'm thinking of eating already. So are we going to have a quick series? Or are we going to have a slow one? Because, you know, a lot of attempts from EVOS Divine initially that kind of showed us that this could be a dragged out match. But the way Morph Team made that comeback, I don't know what to expect. This could just end in 2 games.
It perhaps would be the case, like, when we look at how well organized things have been looking for inside of Morph Team. I start to understand why, you know, as much as I wasn't in this hot seat a couple days ago, like, they just have everything nailed down to perfection.
Yeah.
So those stats definitely justifies.
Well, we are taking a little while to get into this next matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but do not worry, we will get it kicked off in a little bit. I'm pretty sure the teams, especially EVOS Divine, is needing a little bit more time to prep themselves to face off against Morph Team, which is absolutely mental with the pacing that they brought in initially with the rushes, and then later on slowing things down, confusing the heck out of EVOS Divine. And mostly it was Few who was doing everything on both ends. Koja had a bad start, pretty much a bad end to game number 1 as well. If he wakes up as well in game number 2, it's a no-go. It's going to end in the second match.
I just feel like right now the momentum is just all the way in full throttle for Morph Team. And on the receiving end, you can imagine a team like EVOS Divine having their pride and ego being hurt right there and then.
Yeah.
Definitely is quite a blow that I guess like this really takes them a little bit more of that mental percent as well, other than, you know, whatever tactical plays that's being involved, because they've never really been put into such a state for a very long time.
That is true. And one of the greatest opportunities for EVOS Divine is the fact that they love Nextera. And guess who doesn't like Nextera? It's Morph Team.
All right.
No. So
Well,
Morph Team's not really great on Nextera, and that's exactly where EVOS Divine excels. So from that point of view, you could just see this pushed into a game.
yeah, and you could see that there are certain
So there is-
concerns over on the side of Morph. Meanwhile, everybody huddle up over the side of EVOS Divine.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of issues here. That's why we are delaying the match for a tad bit. Bear with us. EVOS Divine just trying to get their device fixed. And I think it's Rasia. Look at the kid jump up.
He's just so eager to actually hop back into the match.
He's so small that even the smallest size jersey seems to be an oversized tee on him.
It seems to be quite the trend now these days as well, coming from teenagers as well as belts.
I don't think that was intentional though.
Yeah, it's not intentional, but I think like
Gracias,
I
like,
love the look. as well.
Gracias, like, do you have something smaller? And they said, no, we don't do baby tees.
Well, I guess like of course he could already walk and run. So of course, Russia still got a lot to prove.
Mom's
here.
like, just get over it. You lost.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the device.
And they're like, okay, we're just gonna wait until we get the queue time, and maybe one of the players is in the washroom taking a little bit of longer break. We never know.
Absolutely, man.
Oh, he's back. Oh, wait, that's Marshall. No worries. Oh, well, he's just off.
Yeah, it's just a little dark sitting in the corner. It's waiting for the match to start. We understand. We're waiting for the match to start as well.
Meanwhile, of course, we just see this whole team triumph all together, but I still can't get over them to play. I've not seen movements that smooth.
And I don't even know whether he was lucky or that was just pure skills, man, because the dude should have gotten shot down at that point.
Yeah, it should have been shot down like in the first 2 seconds as well.
But very smart maneuvering. First of all, he uses 2 glue walls, and he doesn't hide behind the glue wall, but he hides at the edge of the glue wall.
It's like, I'm right here, you can charge at me, I'm gonna send one more,
yeah.
and you will get zoned out nonetheless.
And then he jumps away from the glue walls and he uses the pillar as backup, and the rest of his team members arrive there just in time for him to get the knock. I mean, everything was going the way of Pew.
I've never seen decoy in such a manner before.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact. And it was divine. Well, we see first.
I need to get myself one of those Garena chairs, man.
Yeah, I mean,
All I do is just play Garena games on my stream. I should get a Garena chair. Garena, you hear me loud and clear.
they gotta ship maybe one of these. Big side by player whichever team wins, maybe you might be able to get that sign chair.
Maybe.
We gotta maybe fork out a little bit on that shipping cost though. Not sure. I'm pretty sure that.
No, dude, I'm actually very serious about this contract. I want a Garena chair right now. I don't care. Garena, I know you're listening. Don't ignore me.
Okay, we just settle for the couch right now.
I'll give you guys a 10% discount on my caster fee the next round.
Wow.
I mean, depending on the event. depending on the event.
Pretty darn good deal.
Maybe not a tier 1 event. Maybe the next tier 2
I want
event.
myself a chair too.
10% discount, Garena. Come on, it's a good deal. It's a very good deal. Free advertisements on my streams as well.
Yeah. Of course, other than chairs, like I absolutely love the whole setup. Where,
Yeah.
You know, we got the earmuffs as well for teams to just continue to stay focused.
Aski and I were talking about the earmuffs on Rasia's head.
Yeah.
It's bigger than the guy's head, so.
Pretty sure it takes a lot of adjustments to get there. Like, for a player of that caliber, like, probably
Those
you
are
can
not
take it
ear muffs,
off.
those are head muffs.
Yeah, you can even take it off and maybe he just play just like how he does. From what we see.
With them being that oversized, the guy can probably hear it because there's still a lot of gaps.
Yeah, probably so. Meanwhile, the rest of the teammates says, we don't need it. Like, we just go on with our days.
Okay, Boss Divine.
Probably earplugs.
I think we've had enough of a pause now. I think we need to start it. Even the audience is getting a little agitated. They're like, start the match. You know, it's not up to us, right? The casters don't dictate this. They're always raging at us, man.
That's why, like,
Start the match. Stop talking.
yeah, like, they can see clearly that we have just a sofa with us right now.
Look, I would start the match if I could start the match. I'm like, you're not ready? I don't care. Let's go.
Yep, but of course, we definitely give priorities to the team, and we definitely do get the green signal right now for us to get right into Game 2. So, with all the calls being cleared, it's all down to Eva's Divine to overcome this deficit in order to match up with Temple of Dwarf Team.
Was that a technical pause or a tactical pause? That's what we need to find out, because if EVOS Divine gets this next win, that's probably because they took the momentum away from off team with the pause.
Perhaps so. We see a little bit of sign of fatigue going over.
I've done too many tournaments, and I know that's the thing, okay?
Well, I guess like we don't really have to doubt when we'll definitely check later on. Right now, we take that deep dive into the next map, next Terra.
And once again, this is definitely going to be on the side of EVOS Divine. Jokes aside with the tech pause, because they do perform much better on Nextera as in comparison with Bermuda. And that is bad news for Morph Team. So Morph Team better find those angles really well. And you know, one thing very annoying about Nextera is that you've got a lot of these compounds that block away the capability of those snipers taking those long shots.
Exactly. So starting off with pistols, at least there's a lot of all these open areas to play.
Yeah.
And Aim God tries to actually make a run over, but he is being forced to actually hug up by the corner wall. Good positioning once again coming from the fourth team, as they have majority of their members planted over onto the upper floor.
See, I knew Garena was listening. They texted me and said, even they don't have a Garena chat. So I guess I don't.
I guess you gotta wait a whole lot longer. Well, I don't know. Maybe.
No, I don't accept no answer like that. I know I'm gonna get a Garena chair by the end of this year.
At least we'll get
I'll
that
find a way.
in,
If I don't get it, I'll sew one myself. Probably gonna be a
I want
botched
to
up
see
one.
that happen, like on stream. Like,
Because of
get
that,
done.
Garena will give me a chair. They'll be like, please take that abysmal design and creation off of your stream, because like, you know, if you want to sew our logo on, at least do a good job. But they're gonna understand that I'm not great at sewing.
Well, there's a thing called stickers.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true.
So you don't have to work too hard for that. Meanwhile, Morph Team trying to look for those angles, trying to find a party over onto Russia. Can't be done.
Oi.
Zephyr's the one that finds Avon instead.
Russia! Traded out instantly by Pew. From up top, Russia gets picked right back up, so this is advantage to EVOS Divine.
Yeah, great putting around, especially with one member down from the side of Morph Team. They're going up close into the center territory where Pew is trying to hold out all by himself. But over onto the left-hand flank, the Tigers are lying in wait. And this is going to be pretty much overwhelming for Morph to just play by the center zone. And now a pickup happens if Mal gets one.
Oh, Koja down on the ground as well. Mahal does raid out Russia. Can they get more though? The pickup's just not coming on through. Aim God finds Mahal. Things just go from bad to worse. View the final player, very low on HP. Oh my god!
What? Oh,
Final
my word!
second turnaround. I was so confused. I didn't even know what went on there.
It's only one more shot for Morph to be able to take that, but Beyond once again saving the day in the early rounds. You can always count on Mr. Reliable.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, everybody picked up their part there in that first game. Each player from the side of EVOS Divine getting an elimination each. Morph Team going to be quite sour with the fact that they could not walk away with a victory. Like you said, Pew was just literally one shot away from securing the round. But Morph knows, even if the EVOS Divine gets 4 rounds in a row, they can probably turn things around again.
Now, it's going to be pretty interesting here on round 2, where it's going to be like Cowboy talent, everyone on dualies.
Yeah.
Majority of them, at the very least, where AimGod has got his hands on a submachine gun at the very least. I believe that to be a UMP for him to actually work it out. Aimbot now takes position over the top. The rest of EVOS Divine still on lower ground, though. It will definitely be a little bit trickier as the walls get popped up. Different types of angles being held by Maal. That forces Rashawn to go all the way back down, but AimGod still pulls the trigger and finds first blood for EVOS.
Advantage to EVOS Divine. They do have an SMG on their side. The double revolvers can put the hurt on. Koja doing exactly that. AimGod all tagged up, and now Javra trying to circle on around. Koja spots him out, tags him up. Koja has to be careful here, and he does get tagged up. A little bit of backup arrives for Javra.
Great maneuvers as they're just hugging by the corner of Signboard, like barely any cover left for side of EVOS, but they will be able to pull through, so they can wrap around back end corner of the building. Maal soaking a little bit of damage, so he's got to take good care of himself. But eventually, EVOS will have to find a way to reach into the building, and yes, they do. Beyond still having a couple of shots tagged over on him. This Morph Team, they got to basically cover every single corner as AimGod looking for the ramps upwards. 2 members of Morph lying in wait, and the jump's coming through.
And now the advantage to the side of EVOS Divine. Circle moves And that means Morphe's going to be dragged outside of the building, and the gods of RNG give it away to EVOS Divine.
Great read of the circle as well. EVOS Divine play on the lower ground, and eventually the rest of Morph team had to take literally a leap of faith.
Yeah.
And there's just no more cover left for them, unfortunately.
Pretty much nothing when you're running away from the circle. That will definitely hurt. Let's see if or not it's going to be the same story 2 times round. Morph team, this is not new to them at all.
Yeah, and this was that turning point where we've seen team was actually have a good battle over on the top end, and Nabot wastes no time looking for aim god. All these walls have to be popped up. Russia coming from the flank as well. Jaffar's gonna be able to find one. EVO's forced to pull all the way back.
Aim god. A little bit of HP will not hurt at this point in time. They've managed to get the top up beyond on the other hand. Loses this a tad bit. From the opposite side, I love the fact that Morph has split off into 2 different sides, but Ambot gets snagged up. Beyond shows up and goes right down.
Well, a full squad being sent in the way, and EVO's Russia, he still annihilates each one of these players of Morph team. Now down to Baal, and Aim God is there to supplement with these rounds for him to be expended. Run now being popped up. It's all about the goose chase right now, and this is where we will be able to find EVOS claiming their first victory here. Well, actually, 3 back-to-back rounds.
3 back-to-back, and you might just be right on the first victory in terms of the match as a whole, because this is them on fire. And like discussed, Morph team hates Nixterra. They haven't really been able to bring out the best of themselves in this map all that too many times. Let's see if, because the both games that they did win against Farah was at Bermuda. Nextera was just a no-go for them.
Yeah, I could see that they don't seem to have the full grasp of mastery of through the course of this map just yet. So definitely a little bit of a rough challenge, but we're seeing Morph team being very proactive this round, aiming for a rush, pretty similar to the manner of what we had back in Bermuda. Round 4 is where they come in with all these stacked weaponry for them to actually work out with. But EVOS probably have been able to read what they're up to, so
yeah,
they could just basically hold them out
Ooh,
for now.
What
on earth? Mal! Where did that shot come from?
I don't even know how he did that. Mahal now spotted out by Rasya. Rasya trying to trade one back out, but the Grav Labs, man, if he didn't fly up that high, he could have probably nailed that shot. Oh yeah, you finds a quick shot, traded out by Rasya on the snipes. Beyond down on the ground, recovery from the side of Morph team. Rasya! Oh, that's way too aggressive, and he gets punished for that.
Oh boy, Morph actually made it work, and just like what I said about Burrito, round 4, the turning point.
Yeah.
So it was absolutely crucial for them not to lose the round and finally getting back on track, and we move over on to Rust Town. But it was fine. I think like they were too hasty trying to play on that open ground where everybody's just relying on gravity, jumping all around, and of course it's hard to control the aim when you're going to be moving all about. Nonetheless, both team definitely have put up quite the stack now. Gets that 3-man rush over the top end, but I'll hold him back. Jeffer's going to do the same. He's going to play from the low ground. Then Russia!
Oh, he's going to get caught
contact.
out. Fantastic play by Morph. A double rush on the right-hand side flank. Catches Russia off guard. And this is going to be a problem now for the side of EVOS Divine. They have lost their star player.
Yeah, they lost so much firepower now that Russia is not going to be there to be able to really put those numbers up. Aim God, though. He's got a hunch of the whereabouts, and he's just going to try to catch them from right down under. Playbody's got all the shotgun shells ready to flush them, if ever the case. Beyond forced to give a little bit more of that spacing back. So they're going to be over on the top end for quite a long time for now, until they could find a way to regroup and eventually
Jabra! Jabra! No, no connection.
Yeah.
Guy was already low on HP. That would have put him out.
Yeah. Well, time for him to reposition, but that also puts him over the corner. And here comes PU and the rest of 4th team.
Going straight up for the chase, but all they do is just shoot the wall, and Ma'al just turns the table on them. Few finds yet another, and it is going to be a 4v2. Beyond and Javra, they have to find a way around. Beyond shows up, Ambot says hello, and the Charge Buster gets the deed done.
So clean. I just love how speedy this team has been able to take charge over on the top end of these areas of the compounds. So we want to see the same sort of execution yet again coming in from our team. Or can Evil Divine actually match up to speed for now?
Well, they're going to try to take a center shot. Morph team trying to scurry away from the center. But Koja shows up. No connections whatsoever. Abra! Somebody else gets tagged up, and that's all thanks to Ma'al. Rasia. Nerf pretty much so early in the round. Ma'al's pretty much doing a lot. But look at this. Ambot once again with a mad rush towards the right-hand side flank.
Pew is an absolute bad lad. Look at him just going for the chase. He's got no regards for his own safety, where he knows he's always getting back up, and all he has to do is just to charge right through. And now they're just basically creating a mosh pit right now, circling each other. Eva's now taking more of that spacing of the compounds. A lot more leverage of defensive walls as compared to Morph at the time being.
Yeah, we've effectively swapped sides. I don't think that was the plan.
Yeah, I think like they're just trying to see, okay, if they're doing this, we're going to replicate that. And let's see who gives way by the end of it.
Morph's already in the circle. Evos not having too much of a problem finding it as well. Ambot. Circle will squeeze them in. Ambot needs to rush on in, and he will be able to find Aim God alongside View. Ma'al shuts down Rasia. Two more players left on the side of Evos Divine. Beyond really low, and Ambot sorts that out instantly.
Man, that's no challenge at all. You see every member of Evos Divine have their backs turned in this battle.
Morph team's trying to tell me, Mustachio, shut up. We know how to win on Nextera.
Yeah.
And just like that, they're right back in it.
It's all about the long-term game plan, right?
Yeah.
These guys, they're marathon runners for sure.
Yeah.
And now, Evos Divine had no answers for 2 rounds already. Or should I say 3 rounds in a row?
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row for sure. And they're pretty much getting us a repeat. This is deja vu all over again, except that Evos Divine doesn't have the 4th round to their side just yet. Ambot, Pew and Koja once again with the left-hand side flank. Just continuously switching it up from the left to the right and the right to the left. Can they catch their opponents off guard? One good grenade does not connect, but that ice grenade is going to force them away. No connection on the second grenade as well. In the meantime, Aimbot's going to be able to pick up an extra grenade for himself.
Yeah, AimGod's definitely taking party onto position. He is deploying the UAV. Now they do get that firm read onto Morph's positioning. So perhaps a little bit more of that switch up will come into effect. But just look at the position once again. They are creating a beeline. And it is taking about 40% of that map control, but the rest of Evos is rushing through. Pew jumps over the top, but gets caught out.
Rasia with a fantastic return, knocking Pew down, and no save's going to come through for him just yet. As Rasia does secure it with the ice grenade. Aim God now trying to respond to Ma'al, as he knows that Sniper's going to be a problem. Ambot on the left-hand side is going to be the charge buster play. Aim God comes himself right back up, but will stand no chance as Koja finds the backstab.
Yeah, AimGod was going for a reload. Aimbot, he will be able to actually go in toe-to-toe. Koja trying to do the best possible plays, and eventually Morph will still be able to put them right into a box of a corner.
And just like that, 4 rounds in a row, Morph team, are they going to do the unthinkable once again and prove that they are no chumps on Nextera as they move on to the next level of the competition? It seems like they might just execute exactly that.
Yeah, now they definitely do bring in the pain. Ma'al, double AWM. And I think like the whole squad could basically afford it at this point. Raid, but of course...
And Ma'al's been doing great on the snipes.
Absolutely. Now Evos do take the center stage. Now Russia gets a glimpse out of AimGod, but couldn't even hit the mark as AimGod will find Pew instead.
Yep, fantastic. Oh, Beyond really low already. AimGod picked right back up. A couple of grenades can perhaps make the difference here, but a good glue wall will be erected so that Ambot can heal himself real quick. Koja backs away. He doesn't want to take the fight just yet. Now the flush comes in from the opposite side, but Ma'al can't get close enough as Jabra puts him down onto the ground. And Koja! Massive shots!
Absolutely ridiculous in close quarters. 2 knocks with the AWA. Russia is gonna find it. They stop the bleeding. They tie the knots. Still 2 more points to go for both ends.
Woof! Grav Labs time, baby. I am not a big fan of this side of the map.
And this was where Eva's Divine did drop the round much early on. Now with that quick recovery, we'll be able to actually work things up. Russia finally getting into groove once again. Well, Morph team is just being absolutely robotic on their formation. Quick rush over top end coming in from Koja.
Looks like Morph hits the gravity as well. They're all running on the outside. Like, we will not be fooled by Grav Labs.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you guys think that we're going to play over the center? I mean, with the UAV spotting them out. Morph, they're just taking their sweet time, playing by the outskirts, and then expecting the rest of Eva's Divine to cut through from the outskirts. So, Koja absolutely ready. Throws up a little bit of deflates, but won't be able to actually deal all too much. Now, this is going to be quite concerning for Morph team because they're being choked out from getting anywhere indoors.
It seems like Morph does have the better positioning here on that higher ground. Rasya from the bottom. And AimGod gets tagged up from the back. No finisher just yet. He tries to run away, but does he have enough space? No, he goes down. Few just sprays him down with the MP40. Jabra on the other side. Beyond gets found by Ambot as well. This is just not going the way of Eva's Divine.
And Val, he comes in with everything inside. He's just waiting for Jabra to come right out there.
Oh!
And it will still be Koja to seal the deal.
Crazy stuff. Match point for Morph team yet again. And if it ends here, it's the exact same scoreline as game 1.
Yeah. 5-4. Eva's Divine. I guess they had the right ideas in that particular match, and
Yeah.
like they didn't really expect
Yeah.
all these members of Morph to be flying from up top, and that's where that's a little bit more that positioning that they will be needing to cover altogether.
Look at the flank.
Look at the wraparound. Ma'al, Pew, they're gonna strike in tandem.
Yep, Mahal's gonna be the dangerous one that finds the backs of the players first. AimGod, I don't know if you have spotted Ma'al out just yet. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be absolutely deadly. Ma'al looking for the finisher. Ambot spots out AimGod first. No grenades to play with, but the ice grenade definitely on toe. Gonna take away at the HP of AimGod. Just a tad bit. Ambot repositions M1887 in hand, and Pew just flies in like the AimGod that he is and puts AimGod himself down.
And they will all fall through.
That's it.
And Morph team, undeniably the best team of Indonesia to pull through.
And they make it through to the next round, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to meet the one and only attack all around. Indonesia versus Thailand. That was for sure at the very start of day number 3. Telling them to just lick their wounds.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that we've not seen all day. And just in traditional Indonesian fashion,
Oh, yeah.
you gotta get those taunts in and show them who's boss.
Absolutely. Morph team, not once but twice, allowed their opponents to run ahead just a tad bit, not just caught up, but smashed them down to the ground as they grabbed the victory. And this team, once again, showed up strong in FFSI, shocked the world of Free Fire, and will continue to do exactly that. And they stand another opportunity to repeat this run. If they can engage with attack all around and take it away from them as well, you can guarantee that we have another top flight team in the making.
Yeah, and with the competition being so stacked, have the fans actually expected both evil sides to crash out? Not for me, because you've thought that BRU X EVOS will actually pull through.
Yeah.
It was that one round that determined it for the Thai squad, and then right here, EVOS Divine could not match up to the pacing of what Morph Team offers.
I think it was just such an unfortunate thing for the players of BRU X EVOS to not make it through, because I think there were some fundamental changes that were required, which they refused to make. They did make it in a couple of rounds. They did find some wins for themselves, and that was mainly pushing Moshi forward to get a couple of kills for the team. But later on, when they decided to force him back as a sniper once again, and him as a sniper, the way Moshi was playing it versus the way Ma'al was playing it was worlds apart. Moshi just held the back lines, barely gave cover for the team, but Ma'al, you see the initiative, constantly flanking around, pushing up ahead, and making sure he keeps EVOS Divine fearing Morph Team all around. And that just opens up the back of the team, and then you see the rest of Morph Team coming in for the finisher. And what better MVP for this game?
Yeah, Ma'al definitely is the sharpest shooter in this matchup, where as much as he's basically playing it from back, like, he has definitely hit almost every single shot that he actually took.
Yeah.
And just with mainly just AWM, you're just looking at a stack of 6,100 damage being done.
And that clearly says that, yes, he might not be translating all of that into eliminations, but he's tagging up those players, allowing the rest of his team members to get that finisher onto them. Look at the headshot rate on top of everything else, 38%. Ma'al was having a great time out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you don't really see him needing to actually utilize the Orion all too much as well. Like, he has always kept himself very safe in most of the parts of the battle, and I think, like, with this 2-0 win, it just goes to show that Morph Team just have a better understanding of the playstyle of what EVOS Divine had to offer, which I would still say, great game. EVOS Divine still put in quite a number of points in both of these rounds.
That I'll have to agree. 6-4, 6-4, the exact same thing for both the games, and this ends at a 2-0. And that was Morph Team just showing exactly what they're made of. And like we mentioned, it is going to be attack all around, taking on Morph. But that's only going to happen next week. But this next match is going to be a pretty quick one, I assume. Nigma Galaxy as they take on WAG from Vietnam.
Yeah, it's going to be the clash of regions as well, where we're looking at Vietnam to be up and rising stars in the scene. But
yeah,
overall, Nigma Galaxy is definitely quite the powerhouse name that is being known back in their home region, of course. So we'll definitely have to see what that actually offers. But I gotta also point out on what Morph has been able to do so well in this matchup is resource management. You notice the turning point is always on that round 4.
Yeah.
Like, losing a few rounds, sure, we will be holding on to the same weaponries until that gets taken off your hands, right? Yeah. So you can basically have better essential weapons to eventually overtake them, and then you can start to pile back on. So Morph really pulled it right through when they forced by their way into that round 4.
They pulled it off. I can't believe they actually walked away with a force buy round. And they pretty much punished EVOS Divine, showing that, you know, EVOS Divine was just no match for them no matter what, right? Initial rounds, yeah, they gave that away, but I don't think there was a lot of prioritization in terms of winning those rounds, especially in game number 2 at Grab Labs, Nextera. But they made it happen, and once again, Ma'al just being that star player. Hoja stepped it up as well. I like seeing that. On the flip side of things, I was expecting the Wonder Kid to really save the day, save the team in a way. Didn't happen.
Yeah, I was hoping to see that as well, but of course we got a lot more to check out as another match will be coming your way in a matter of minutes. Do stay tuned.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Clash Squad C Cup brought to you by Garena Free Fire. You're still here with Contra and myself, the Mustachio AJ. We are your casters for the day, and it looks like the day is going to be pretty long because here we are and only 2 games down.
Yeah, and the first 2 definitely is the bar setter, if anything. Like, 2 rounds in a row, we have really close matches. Well, let's look for maybe, more of having a more direct finish.
Correct.
But the scores, you can see, 6-4, Evil's Divine definitely put up a huge challenge as well.
Yeah.
But now we're moving into regional battles instead of, civil warfare or rivalry, which, yeah, you may know your opponents much better if you play with them frequently in the league. But now we're talking about the best out of Vietnam to be in action. WAG will take on Nikma Galaxy.
Surprisingly, WAG making it through to the competition as the first seed from Vietnam has taken me by a little bit of shock. But question is, what can they do against Nikma Galaxy, a team that has been running circles around other squads for quite a long time now, Tyler?
Yeah, I really do wonder what exactly is the game plan, especially, with them having access into, previous day bots, perhaps certain ideations can come into fruition for WAG as we kick off our run. So WAG definitely have been some of the biggest improvers coming in from the Vietnamese region, where, like you said, has been able to overwhelm a renowned team such as Team Flash, and now is going to be up and running for all these huge prizes, waiting for them if they can overcome Nikma Galaxy. But Nikma Galaxy, what is it that makes this team so good, AJ?
First of all, they're the 2nd seed of Thailand. They placed even better than Buriram XE was themselves. So that in itself has to tell us a lot already, right? You doing better than your 2-time world champs to get to a stage like this means we can expect a lot from Nikma Galaxy. But up against the first seed of Vietnam, perhaps, we can put history aside and just look at the numbers that we have on the screen here. Look at the eliminations, 53-49. WAG totally wins that out in terms of average damage. We don't even need to look at that because Nikma Galaxy will try to shy away from that a little bit. Yes, you do see a lot of the headshots on the side of Nikma Galaxy, 23% versus 16.4. But the knockdown kind of leans towards WAG. Numbers speak for WAG at this point of time.
Yeah, but it also goes to show that Nikma Galaxy, perhaps the way that they play are a little bit more of a cleaner execution instead, which is why you see a higher ratio coming in with the headshots, and a little bit more on team play efforts, with a little bit more numbers on that rescue instead. Now, we have very, very distinct numbers right now.
Oh, yeah.
Eliminations definitely go on in favor of Krillin. Meanwhile, Stop, that's a ridiculous ratio on those headshots.
And, I mean, ridiculous for headshots. Look at the knockdowns, bro. Almost double of what Stop has. 30 knockdowns for Krillin, just 16 for Stop. In terms of elimination, in terms of what they could convert from the knockdowns into eliminations, obviously the rest of the team members on the side of WAG have been doing a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, there's the reason why Stop doesn't have any form of rescue, because he stops for nothing.
Yeah, this guy just doesn't know how to stop. Both teams got a 2-0 victory in the first day of battle. Freedom Cheese got taken down by WAG 2-0. And GOW, the God of Wolf, as they took on Nikma Galaxy, they understood exactly why so many teams fear Nikma Galaxy. And this is something that I really like about WAG. Bringing Clue in, this instantly gives you the information as to where your opponents are going to be, and Clue's active skill lasts for 30 seconds, which means in
essentially the whole fight, right? Almost.
Not the whole fight, but in the initial part where they are rushing to find their positioning and we find out what side of a setup it's going to be, whether it's a 2-2 split or 1-3 split, you can't catch WAG off guard.
Yeah, so you can definitely not make out any of your positioning against the squad that actually prioritize intel of all things. Meanwhile, we're going to be looking at Andrew Awaken coming in for Stop, because he's just going to go in for a very interesting setup with the Luna and, of course, the staples of Andrew and Kelly across the board. I
mean, you've got Andrew Awaken, and you also have got... how does he have Andrew Awaken and Andrew? Honestly, okay, this
a stack
might be a mistake. I don't know, but having Kelly and Luna there, you've got extra rate of fire, you've got Andrew Awaken on your side, which means you've beefed up your defenses. You're going to be quick and you're going to be tanky. And Stop is going to be the absolute slayer for the side of Nigma Galaxy as usual. So that's a great setup for him.
Yeah, as a rusher, the one that opens the fight up, you definitely need a little bit more of a heavier defense, and
Yeah.
we can absolutely understand why. Whereas we have definitely seen the type of gameplay that is prevalent more so in the Thai region, where they play around the A once more hitting that late game, and of course, if all else goes haywire, you will always have you to be able to at least get out of sticky situations with his Orion ability.
Yeah.
And of course, supplement by Caramel coming back as well.
I like the fact that Stop has got the Dreki on his side as well, because clearly he's looking to tag up a lot of opponents in a very aggressive fashion. Once they use their medkit, that's going to give information away as to where their whereabouts are. And if things are not already terrible because they can use Clue at the very start, this is just information trade back and forth between the two teams.
Yeah, and this itself could basically give so much of that form of value when it comes down to forcing the enemy teams to play maybe a tad slower, to
Yeah.
not give more information of their positioning if we were to go for rush. But perhaps there's another way to counter this. If you have basically full set other 4 members out there, sure, you
Yeah.
give them no time to think of whatever information. That's what Morph Team did back in Bermuda. That could potentially be a case.
It
for
could
Nigma.
most definitely be the case, man. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how the execution is for all of these guys. But you know the one thing I love about Nigma Galaxy? 3 out of 4 players rocking the stash. And it seems to be the exact same style.
Oh yeah, but nothing beats yours, man. You still got the best one.
I'm actually shocked that 3 of them are rocking the exact same style. I wonder if that is intentional or accidental.
Probably a trend going on in Thailand. Like, I remember, like, I checked
Dude,
out.
when I went to Thailand, when I was in Bangkok, people just couldn't stop staring, bro.
Oh,
I got free food. Can you believe it? I went
they love your stash so much that you got
I got
free
free food. Yeah.
I'm jealous because I can't go any stash.
I went over to one of these stalls, and it was the second time that, sorry, it was the first time that we were there. She looks at me and she says, very, very nice. No need pay. I was like, wait, what? I can get away with this?
I wish I get that privilege because, like, me with my long hair, I'm getting nothing in return. Meanwhile, we're getting a lot of action right now. WAG takes on Nigma Galaxy here as we move into our first map. It will always be Bermuda to kickstart our first run.
Well, let's see exactly how this one goes. Once again, both teams won with a 2-0 to get to this stage, which means they're proficient on either maps, Bermuda and Nexera. But that's going to be the problem, which could just drag us out into a game number 3. Of course, those are all pure assumptions, because you can be the number 1 seed, you can be the prime team out of your region. When you go up against a Thai, yeah, you can put all of that away.
Yeah, it's all about perfect teamwork, coordination, and of course, great fair play.
I thought you were going to say nationality.
I don't think nationality matters at a certain point.
Dude, if you're from Thailand, you're automatically buffed in Free Fire.
Yeah, like, traditionally, for some reason that I can't decipher, I mean, I don't understand the language itself. For some reason, they're just so good at every single FPS
I know, right?
type of battles. And speaking of which,
It's in the blood.
Ghost already getting a little bit of damage done from the Thai squad.
Well, Ghost going to be turned into a ghost at this point as he flies up in the air and you shoots him in the head. As he's flying down, he definitely turned into a ghost quick.
Man, that's not what
I
I
was wandering
expected coming
around.
from a ghost. Like, that's not a jump scare. That's just a literal jump down from the bridges. Nah, not a good
He's
start.
like Headless Nick from Harry Potter. Literally got his head taken off.
Oh boy. Well, I'm thinking of perhaps a old movie where, you know, like, was it Jack Lantern, where you have a pumpkin head and then you could just take it off? I don't remember that.
Now, Ghost will be hoping that was the case because at least he'll still be alive. But
Right. At least you have a horse to go around.
yeah.
Meanwhile, Cyrus, hugging by the corners of the crates. The rest of Nigma Galaxy having such a great control over the middle, but the mates do not connect. Dolphin just trying to take down View over the top end. Next phase is coming in the matter of moments.
Well, Dolphin can't stand up because Dew's just being very annoying from up top. Fugod stop, both back up on their feet as Krillin goes down. Cyrus dropped as well. Nigma Galaxy, instant finisher.
Yeah, I really do see that there is a certain ideation coming from WAG. They're waiting for that circle to close up, and they pop those grenades, waiting for the advancement of Nigma Galaxy, but it was too tough when there's so much of that open spacing to work around with, and Nigma Galaxy takes her first pointer out there. Ties have done it in clean fashion. Meanwhile, going over onto our upcoming round, we already see all these SMGs all stacked up. So, of course, a little bit of a slight disadvantage coming towards WAG in this manner in terms of those exchange rates with weapon deficit. But Cyrus! What an opening shot! Will secure the first blood for WAG.
Bringing Dimitri in from the side of Nigma Galaxy clearly is a super great idea, because you saw how two of those players just revived instantly as they got knocked down. It's one of Dimitri's beautiful powers within the game. You bring it in, not just you who can pick yourself up, but your team members can pick themselves up when they get down as well. How crazy is that?
Yeah, and it really ensures that your team does not lose any form of momentum, even in the tick of the moment. And Krillin is actually going with real good, solid exchanges against Nigma Galaxy, which apparently have, better weaponries to work around with. And goes! He secures a double and closes it up to even the odds.
The ghost is most effective when he's not a ghost.
Yeah. I guess he's better in open ground fights instead. Like, certain ghosts, maybe they have phobias of factory, and, like maybe in the past life, they used to work in a factory instead. And like, okay, this is not bringing good memories. I mean, jokes aside, now we're going to be moving into the corners of Pacino.
A 4-man Bison run for WAG is definitely going to be a round for them. I believe Nigma Galaxy's on an eco round, trying to get this down with a revolver. Let's see if that kind of fares well on their end. They're going to be trying to use their active skills. As usual, that clue's going to be popped first from the side of WAG, so they know exactly what to expect in terms of positioning out of Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, still going to be a huge one-tap potential coming in from Nigma Galaxy. WAG definitely had quite the sharp shots in the early rounds on those pistols in round 2. But now that they're having all the SMGs, they're still not getting away. And do pinned down by Killen.
I mean, come on. You can't allow that to happen. Dew down on the ground already. It is a fantastic shot out of the secondary, and Cyrus goes in for the chase. Dolphin finds Fugod. Stop gets taken down by Ghost. Dolphin gets a double, and that's about it for round number 3.
Yeah, pretty straightforward, where you get that opening pick, and after that, you probably will be able to snip out the positioning at the very least. So now that things are on somewhat of a level note, Dew finally brings in the first sniper of the match.
It's a good eco round from Nigma Galaxy. I think, instead of just waiting for round number 5, they get this potential comeback on round number 4 itself. But Dew having that AWM on himself, but no armor whatsoever, just needs to have a little bit of distance between himself and the rest of the players on the opposite side. And he does that by pulling the right side flank all on his own.
Already opening up with the ice grenades, owning a couple of all these areas, forcing them to play very close. And Cyrus will use this to his advantage, just shreds them to pieces. But he gets knocked out instead. There's going to be a huge wraparound coming in from the rest of WAG. Dolphin down on the ground, but if there's anyone to rely on, it's Krillin. Man, it's so sharp on these pistols.
Absolutely. Gets the nade initially, finishes it off. It's going to be Dew all alone with the AWM. Can he get the quick shot? Answers no. Goes. Cleans house. 3-1 WAG. To be dominating Nigma Galaxy at this point.
Yeah, just basically bring this SMGs to just spray and pray, and nothing will go wrong. Don't have to risk it with the AWMs. Bison's now on the hands of members of WAG. Meanwhile, another AWM for Dew. At least this is a lot more of that elevated areas of playground that they can work around with. But NGX wastes no time to proceed forward. But it's WAG, as majority of their members already up top.
Double ice grenades. Pushes stop right back into the compound. Dew holds the back lines right on the stairs with the AWM trying to catch Ghost out. Off guard. Dew cooking up the grenade already. Question is, where is he going to toss it to? Tags up Dolphin. Great toss.
Yeah, Dolphin does have his health bars regenerated. Meanwhile, low challenge coming in from Philgott. The walls being brought in the nick of time, giving them a little bit more of a defensive cover. WAG holding down the line very, very well. Both sides not giving an inch, but stop! He pursues forward. Damage being done, but not enough to take Cyrus out.
Where are they going to find an ingress from? Enigma Galaxy desperately needs this round for themselves. You cannot afford to miss those shots. But WAG is not giving them any chance, no room whatsoever. Ghost has just been so quick on his feet. Cyrus with the SMG. Bison will do absolutely nothing. The glue wall just keeps him in a tight little corner.
Oh, they're all stuck by the corners of the lorry, though. But they're going to rush right through. Stop! He will be able to cut right through, but Cyrus, he speeds right across them. And Cyrus will be knocked down. A 1-for-2 exchange in favor of the side of Enigma Galaxy as they hold on all the way through the back. But there's still pressure onto Dew. He will have to advance forward. 1 versus 3. It's going to be obliterated in a matter of moments. Enigma finds their way back.
I mean, high time Enigma Galaxy finds their way back because WAG was starting to run away with that. And I was starting to get a little worried for Enigma because Ghost was just playing that down to the T. His positioning was perfect. It's just unfortunate that he just couldn't find that connection onto Dew. And Dew was pretty much the game changer there, keeping everybody inside the compound with his snipes.
Yeah, I definitely think that the sniper role in that particular matchup definitely is very pivotal. Once you do get the knock, that you know the line is clear all the way from back. Meanwhile, this is all about playing in center stage. Stop wastes no time to move right indoors. And now, up for a challenge, holding on to one of the entry points. Bison chasing right through, not allowing spacing for the rest of WAG, but they're slowly hopping forward and goes in for a big wraparound.
4-4, it's all about this one grenade. It's gonna find nobody. WAG is not gonna be too worried about that at all. Fugard on the right-hand side flank, looking for a connection. Can he find it? Caramel on standby. And this is a long wraparound. And Fugard just cannot stand as Cyrus shows up in the Bison.
Very swift moves, and he's still defending himself very well. Stop! He's being held back. Members of WAG running across the corners, but stop! Still left standing. And now, 2 versus 2. Dew, he's got to pursue forward with the AWM. And goes, he's going to force them into the fight, but they will not be able to exchange.
Oh my god!
Stop!
Just stop it already. The guy is just insane, man. I mean,
Ridiculous.
There's no. Yeah, if that was me, yeah, I would have lost that fight. No doubts whatsoever.
My fingers will cramp up in those situations. I don't know how this guy does.
Yeah, I don't even know how he stood alive so long in that gunfight. He was getting his HP taken away. You gotta thank that Andrew buff for that.
Yeah, and not only on top of the buff, like this man, he was running straight.
Yeah.
And he did a 180, and he continues to press on forward. The guts on this individual. We gotta see more of that.
Once again, a 1-3 split. Oh my god, Dew is in a fantastic position. Even if he does get dropped, Dew should be able to stand right back up all on his own, but he gets spotted out by the Ghost.
Won't be able to land the shot though. Very quick jump over onto the next course of the compound.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Enigma Galaxy, they're taking up a little bit more of that space. Meanwhile, the rest of WAG going for an exchange of positions, taking over the north point instead. Now, taking zone control over the middle will be a rather tricky task, but stop. He's going to press on forward.
Oh, and he just walks in straight up towards the Ghost, knowing exactly where to find him. Bison straight to the back. Ghost goes down. No sniper alert from the side of WAG now to worry about.
And
oh my.
Things are just going from bad to worse as well. They don't really have the weaponry to exchange, but Dew is going to be able to hit the mark from the top of the roof. Pressure is oncoming from Krillin. He brings in the wall. just enough time being bought. And oh, the ice grenade does land. It's just going to be waiting for the rest of Nick Galaxy to supplement. Now he's going to go up close personal. But Stop's going to steal it away from him.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of them, right? Either way, 1v3, that was not going to happen. They also had Dimitri, so it would have been a 1v4 if he had just dragged that on an extra few seconds. So, Nick Galaxy now with the lead.
Very, very interesting on how these battles basically yo-yoed from one end to the other.
Yeah.
And it's really a battle of resources going into this point where, look at Cyrus opting for whatever he could land his hands on. WAG needs to take fights onto a more direct approach with, the weaponry deficit. They still have Ghost on that AWM. Oh, significant damage coming in from Fugod and Co. So WAG, they're going to go on the 2-2 split.
Good tag onto Dolphin and goes, and what a
Let's-
nade! Fugod with a God nade. And he goes in for the finisher, but a little bit too hurried. He will get punished for that maneuver. And it's just the skill that takes him out of the equation. And what a trade coming through from Caramel. Down in the water, Krillin goes in for the finisher, but Caramel CQC with an AWM.
Absolute topsy-turvy, helter-skelter going on between these two squads.
Oh!
Does it land?
Nah.
Oh, down to Fugod. He's only got the Desert Eagle perhaps to do something right here, but, with most of the dust being settled down, this is a clean round to ace them out.
Dude, and we're already at match point, Nick Galaxy. At this point, they're pulling a Morph team on us.
Yeah. Just understanding on resource management and with them just knowing how to just take over control with better weaponry as well. Waste no time in taking the best angles possible.
Yeah. And Dew has been doing so much. I mean, yes, he has got 4 kills, but 11 assists so far, constantly with those flanks around. He's been putting on a lot of hurt on WAG, but look at the anticipation this time, just not waiting on their laurels at all. They're taking the fight straight up to Nick Galaxy.
Oh, Carol's being shot now, who has to bring up the wall. And,
He swatted him down with
yeah,
the
it's
wall.
like, nope, you shall not pass at all.
That was a masterful glue wall to stop that.
Interesting read as well, but stop! He goes in from the back. And it's a one surprise Ghost instead.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful flank around. Goes stop, and stops Dolphin as well. I'm going to stop saying stop at this point of time, but stop doesn't allow me to say stop, and what a push around into the glue wall. Stop still stays alive, and stop gets it done. Dew steals away 1 kill, but stop almost got the ace there.
I am absolutely in awe on how well that was played out by Nick Galaxy. You saw the dance battles going on.
Oh yeah, I tell you, stop is unstoppable.
There's no way you can match up to him on a point-blank battle. Krillin absolutely tried. You see how many bullets were basically shot right through the air because this guy, he's like Neo from Matrix.
I mean, you gotta love and respect what Nick Galaxy brings into a battle. Just pure skills. The movements are insane. It all started off with the flank around from Stop, catching Ghost off guard. And then he just continued the run in as all of the rest of his team members just pressured WAG into the building. And they just flushed them out one after the other.
Man, Nick Galaxy is absolutely breaking ankles everywhere that he actually turned. And I think like there is a few things that WAG definitely have to adjust as well, especially when you're looking at opening picks. The Ghost gets easily scouted out on this early rounds where WAG can really afford to lose these numbers, where when they do have a full stack and when they all crash right into the later stage of the round, they do stand a really good chance. But when it comes down to long-range trades, it's hard to match up against Dew in those matches because the duels between Ghost as well as Dew, you see Dew winning the trade most of the time.
And initially, of course, we saw Dew not really being able to clutch it out for the team. But he's not your clutch god. He's just the guy that flanks around, keeps them busy, gets those initial tags. And if you're going to leave him to clean up house, it's going to be a little bit difficult for him. Stop, on the other hand, is the exact opposite.
Yeah. unstoppable throughout the course
Look at
of
this.
this first set.
Guy's just insane.
He just have no absolute care of what happens to him. He's just basically putting the toggle all the way up, and he'll definitely get one back. And we saw Krillin try his level best, but nothing could even match up to the tempo of how Stop have been able to just run rampage across them.
This makes more sense. 10 eliminations to 3,562 damage. I did not see him use the Groza even a single time. But I don't know why he had a highlighted weapon, but we'll take that. Dreki, as usual, the favorite pet of Stop. And he's just unstoppable in situations like this. Of course, having that Alok there makes a little bit more sense as opposed to the Awakened Andrew.
Yeah, double Andrew in a sense, right? So, yeah, now it definitely gives us a better picture of how things are actually done by Stop, where, you know, just full utility on his kit with high level of survivability as well. It gives him, you know, better trades overall.
Let's see if or not the team of WAG can put a stop to this madman. But I guess that's exactly why he took the name Stop.
Because you can't stop if he's already stopped.
You can't stop. Get it?
You need a member that says go. Then they can match him.
or a comma. Yeah. Full stop stops everything. He stops you in your tracks, stops you from getting past the team. Nigma Galaxy's on fire, most definitely. But I have to say, the unsung hero in that matchup for sure is Duke. And without his flanks, Stop wouldn't be able to do what he was doing.
Yeah, his opening shots have been absolutely pixel perfect in most part. And when a push comes to shove, he's not going to sit around and wait all the way back.
Yeah.
Like, you see, he even goes up close and personal with the AWM as well, which managed to basically equal the odds whenever Nigma Galaxy is being put into a very dangerous position.
Yeah.
But what we saw out of WAG, they really do look really well when they have a full stack on post-score combat. So that probably will be denied by Nigma Galaxy, so they got to figure a different way around. You know, these guys, they can turn these balls upside down and they can still do wonders in the game.
I guess Nigma Galaxy is just taking a little pity on me. So like, Sasha, you hungry? I know. So let's just find a quick finisher.
So that you can fly to Thailand again and get some free food.
Oh
yeah.
WAG, on the other hand, of course, they would want to drag this out a tad bit more. Obviously, they want a victory, but they don't seem to be in the brightest of moods at all.
Yeah.
I think they know what's coming.
It's just stress as well as a lot of pressure on their shoulders right now. The last surviving Cove out of the Vietnamese region to find a way to pull through, and they will have to go in for a total of 12 rounds against the second seed of Thailand.
Let's see if or not they will be able to walk away with the victory. WAG looking for the unthinkable, looking to stop the raging Nigma Galaxy. But it seems to be a difficult task for sure. And Nigma Galaxy trying to bring the day to a quick end. We'll find out at next Terra if or not it's a quick one or a pretty slow-paced matchup.
I'll definitely want to see on the level of mastery of both sides of the team in this respective map as we move into farm. So it's a lot of open areas into the central ground, so you assume teams to be looking for control over the top end as well. But Stop wastes no time. He says, nope, I'm just going to run at them from lower ground.
Ghost is gonna get caught out. Pants down. Stops just pushing on in. Waits for Fugod. Wants to play the bait and switch, but Ghost just goes missing.
I just love how WAG has been able to readjust and play a little bit more defensively. They do have a little bit more of that intel of the whereabouts, but they got to start going for exchanges as well. A little bit of a shot being fired over the back of Ghost. Forces it up in the air and into the crosshair. Stop and
My God. Cyrus must be damn annoyed, man. Ghost just brought those shots straight up to them. And he basically did nothing. Ghost just baited those shots out and put Cyrus in the way of fire. 2 players lost for the side of WAG. Makes things so much more easier for Nigma Galaxy for the finisher.
Yeah, I thought that the WAG will actually come up with a sort of fake coming from the low
my.
ground, but this is
Oh
just absolute obliteration. Clean round.
Guy
coming
ran
of
out,
Nigma.
and he was surrounded by 3 players from the side of Nigma Galaxy. Yeah, you're not going to walk out of that one.
Nah, no choice. The zone is also against him as well. Now, over onto Rust Town. Krillin, another player that has absolutely impressed me coming in from, of course, WAG.
Yeah.
But I think that there's a lot that he needs to shoulder right now in order to get the team back on track.
He should have named himself Goku instead.
Goku.
Maybe he would have stood a better chance. You know, Quaylin's just not the strongest character, bro.
You're absolutely right. But I guess like there's always
Vegeta maybe, but Quaylin?
of all things.
Dolphin and Unstop, they trade each other out. Cyrus puts an end to Stop instantly as he stands right back up. Gonna be absolutely annoyed with his Dimitri prowess by Nigma Galaxy.
So well executed as well. They really got the timing down, and now we move over on to Deca Square. Now, it's all about getting into that perfect position over on the center ground as well. So perhaps with the positioning favoring the side, they could be able to actually go in for an exchange. But once again, the economy not really in the favor of WAG right now.
Yeah. And if you notice, we haven't really been able to see Orion in action all that too much from the side of Ghost. Cyrus hasn't been able to zoom around with his Tatsuya. That's mainly because of the A124 being popped on the very, very right timing by Fugod. That just disables them, especially in those final moments of battle. Nigma Galaxy just has the perfect timing.
Yeah, speaking of timing here, that nade could have possibly take out Krillin.
See, Goku could have just Abuke that. Oh, sorry, Abuke is a different game.
Oh man, totally off course. Anyway,
My bad.
back into, you know, weapons instead of
Kamehameha, that's the name.
Oh yeah. Hopefully there's a collaboration.
It's been
soon.
a while. It's been a while.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Fugod's gonna lob a
Nady.
couple of bombs right down below. Nigma Galaxy taking absolute control over onto the middle ground. Cyrus playing by the corners, whereas Krillin on the dualies definitely have to wait out. Not really putting any form of dent towards Nigma Galaxy's stronghold at the moment as they try to find a way to breach into the building.
Yeah, I'm not sure what WH is doing. They are scurrying all around. They don't really see a one-pointed attack from them. They're continuously repositioning. They are waiting for the circle to move out, and they're trying to get the catch onto Nigma Galaxy. I think that's really smart, and Stop is trying to put a quick stop to that plan. Goes out for the rush on the right-hand side flank.
Oh, Stop
Can he
going
get it?
out!
Beautiful play. Orion saves the day. Stop gets taken down.
Oh, this is a perfect batter as well. That Orion brought just in time, and Dolphin, he's going to overwhelm Caramel. And they see the light of day. Only Dew left standing in the way.
Stop instantly put out of his misery, and it's going to be Dew in a 1v3. Knocks Ghost's life just a tad bit, taking Krillin down. And I cannot believe the zone managed to get to the Ghost. It's all going to be Cyrus down as well. Dolphin versus Dew. It's a 1v1 now.
Dolphin, can he
Circle.
land a shot? He's got the SMG, and he finally gets it back for WAG.
If it wasn't for the blue zone, things could have been so different. WAG got away with that one.
Yeah, and it's Quake thinking as well in the take of those battles.
Yeah.
That WAG has read, hey, we got the priority of the zone, so why not make good use of that? They try to push forward, but you saw what went down. Dew could have actually pulled off potentially the sickest clutch of the tournament. Now, going into our battles inside of the office. We're going to see a push coming in from Stop to find a quick run over onto Krillin. Dew's coming into the corner. They're just wrapping things around, but Cyrus, he takes the first blow. And Dolphin will be going for an exchange, but two members out cold. Only left the Ghost. Gets a beautiful shot. Looking for two. There's Dew to deal with, and he does land a blow. Well, he has to play this from outskirt. Eventually, he has to move in.
Yeah, all 4 players on the side of Enigma Galaxy up and running. Goes really low on that HP. He's going to heal himself rail up. And they've got the Dreki, so they're going to know exactly where he's coming from. Easy finisher for Dew.
Yeah. Well, quite the expensive round coming from WAG. A round that they needed to win. Now, needing to just potentially go for SMGs this time. So, they take what they may. Dolphin can rely back on the AR. This is going to be the most important round for WAG to win out, or else they're going pretty broke on to the next phase. So, I think by Galaxy, their eyes are set into getting a bigger margin of a lead as they take the battle up top. Stop. Still one move ahead, but he will soak in the grenade damage coming in from the WAG.
Might just be stopped at this point as Dolphin goes in for the flush. Cyrus trying to break down the glue wall, but a triple glue wall erected by Stop to literally stop all of them from getting him. Ice grenade on top of those glue walls because they don't want them to get anywhere into the building just yet. And Dew finds Ghost, instant finisher. Enigma Galaxy has got WAG outplayed in every single point.
And they're just basically blocking every passage and creates a funnel. And Stop! He's at it again! And it will crash through every single member. But here comes Fugat, negating any potential coming in. It's only down to Krillin right now. 2 versus 1. And they seal the deal with massive bang of the grenade.
4-1. WAG really not showing up in the second game at all. Enigma Galaxy grabbing everything, and Dew seems to be finding the finishes this time around. He's the MVP for sure, unless Fugat catches up.
Yeah, looking so clean at the moment. The other player that only suffered 1 casualty throughout the round is also Fugat, so they have been remaining intact for most part of these rounds. We need to be able to have another clean ending, perhaps. Quick running coming from Cyrus, but he's all alone in duel with 2 members of Enigma Galaxy. Right in front of him, but Fuel is the first one to bow out. Oh man, Krillin's
hey, cheeky.
going right
very
through.
cheeky.
He's got more pressure coming in because Stop has arrived to the scene.
Yeah, Stop's just arriving to stop everybody else in the track. Krillin trying his best to run away. Ice grenade gets him in the back. And cheeky shots from both sides.
Yeah,
Literally.
happily knowing their angles.
No pun intended with the cheeks.
Now down to Dolphin,
Oh
but
my
Dolphins
goodness.
can't swim on grass.
They can't.
Match point.
They most definitely can't. Can they walk on ground though?
I don't think they have feet. So that answers it.
Maybe like a seal, they flap around.
Flap around, and man, WAG needs to find a way to steer the ship back on course against Enigma Galaxy. Needing 5 rounds in a row. And now they're only down to, what, shotguns. They do have Krillin on the AWM at the very least.
Really better unleash that Kamehameha anytime soon now because things are going south for the team. Dolphin getting absolutely ripped. Cyrus dropped on the ground by Stop. The circles around. Krillin looking for that backup. Can he get through just in the nick of time?
Krillin.
Spots Caramel but brings out a glue wall instead and then runs away. I have no idea what the plan was.
Oh, he's got jukes for days. Still trying to actually look for that opening shot, but that's the problem when you're bringing AWM. Not even a chance against Stop as Enigma Galaxy wipes the floor clean.
Oh yeah.
Seeds all the way forward, and will be one of the top contenders out there to look for the championship title.
And this kind of goes ahead to back up what we were talking about earlier on. It doesn't matter if you're the first seed out of your region. You can go up as the last seed of Thailand and you can still take a beating. That's just how the region is altogether.
And we saw stats. Sure, it may boast a lot for WAG,
Yeah.
but we saw, even for Enigma Galaxy, they have always remained a constant level of consistency on headshots and everything else. And I think majority of all these headshot ratios definitely come in from View because he does not miss.
There is a huge potential. We've got a all-out Thai finals awaiting us. We'll have to wait and see if we can cross that bridge a little bit later on. Final series of the day later on, we do have still E-Arena taking on Expand. This could be a damn fast game, or it could be a very slow one.
Oh yeah, and I really wonder what side of the coin are we actually getting into.
Yeah.
But booyah, baby! It's Enigma Galaxy.
Ooh, yeah. Enigma Galaxy picking up the booyah. No surprise whatsoever, but, you know, fantastic plays from Ghost as well as Dolphin, no doubt. Krillin was trying to save the day, but I think the strategy was just a little bit all over the place. And it wasn't planned, obviously, because Stop just kept annoying them with those quick rushes in, throwing their game plan off, and forcing them into positions where it was just all-out panic.
Yeah, and we thought that WAG can actually control the tempo, especially if they brought in enough of all these skills to be able to get like a little bit of a clearer picture. But when you're facing up against a team with such a high tempo, especially when you're facing like Stop, like doesn't matter if you actually get that intelligence, like you can't out-trade this guy.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, there's just nothing that the players on the side of WAG could do at that point, because they were outmaneuvered, they were outflanked, they were outplayed in every single aspect of this game, and Enigma Galaxy just ate them up home. And to think about the fact that the numbers were just pretty much on the side of WAG before we stepped into this game.
Yeah, of course, this does not signify that, you know, that this team of WG is any lesser team as well.
Yeah.
We do know that the Vietnamese region plays a lot more on the tactical approach, where, you know, maybe the pacing is just so vastly different as compared to what Thailand is always offering. Pure aggression, long, short range, they do it all.
Due with the MVP, 11 eliminations through 4,667 damage. A 9% headshot rate, we'll ignore that. He played the Orion down to the T, but most of the time, barely needed to use his Orion skill at all because they were never put in a pinch.
There's only one instance where, of course, the round that was being won by members of the WAG overall, and he only lost that because the zone did not favor him. He was forced to go outwards. But all in all, he's been keeping himself absolutely safe for the most part. Stop probably have quite high of elimination points, but due to the fact that, you know, perhaps the rest of the KDA ratios didn't look as clean because he's always all the way forward.
See what you did there?
Yeah.
Due to the fact.
Due to the fact that, you know, Stop has been stopped a couple of times as well.
Oh, yeah. No doubt, man. 6-3, 6-1, Enigma Galaxy, definitely the better side in this matchup. Unfortunately for Vietnam, they will not be making it through to the next stage. Enigma Galaxy will make quick sure of that to prevent anything like that from happening. We still have got a potential 3 Thailand teams making it through to the next round. And I say 3 because the next one to go up into this battle is going to be MCPS. And usually, I would say MCPS is good, is decent in the form of Expand. But dude, it's E-Arena, bro. And E-Arena rips through every single team.
But of course, we're talking about Expand, one of the best squads out there hailing from MCPS. And overall, I guess they've been able to take out a renowned team such as Bigger from Delta in the early round, but that was also true a close margin.
Yep.
Can they pull off another run, and taking down E-Arena would definitely be the best thing that they could possibly find in order to proceed forward, and then going up against all the other regions. They are the last bastion of the MCPS.
The odds are stacked up against Expand, and that's the kind of position you want to be in to really show up, to really show off. Because if you go up against a team where everybody knows you're going to beat, there's no fun in that, there's no pride in that. But if you take on the current reigning champs of FFSI, for example, in Southeast Asia, E-Arena is to be feared. They are yet again the #1 seed out of Thailand. If you get thrown into a position like this, and if you can overcome this challenge, people will turn around and look at you. People will respect exactly who you are and what you bring to the table. So the opportunity is huge for Expand.
Yeah, overall, like, we look at the potential of Expand as well. Cobra have always been the renowned name back in Malaysia, where in certain moments he could potentially pull off clutch plays on a solo mission as well. So I think like there's a lot of attention that's being drawn to him. which also means that the rest of the members will need to also supplement and
Yeah.
also match up to the tempo of play in
Yeah.
order to be able to cover enough grounds against the arena.
I agree, right? And alongside Cobra, you also have Roy. The biggest problem with Expand as of this point of time is I think the players are still confused as to what roles they play on the battlefield.
So
And
they're kind of like a flexible team.
they shouldn't be that. they,
They need to be more distinct
yeah,
on their
they,
roles.
They should stick to their roles. They should play exactly the kind of gameplay I believe their coach is encouraging them to play. Mainly Too Fast has to hold those backlines, be that pure support player. Allow Roy as well as Cobra to take the front lines. Axel with his snipes as usual. Expand can overcome this. But we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be the final series of the day. Thailand versus MCPS. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Thank you very much for staying with us as you are currently tuning in to the Free Fire C Cup Class Squad. It's, of course, your boys right here, Contra, as well as the Mustachio AJ in the house. And now, down to the very final slot remaining. Is it going to be Thailand or is it going to be from MCPS? As we got E-Arena, the first seed of Thailand, contending against the best of MCPS.
Absolutely, man. The best in MCPS, unfortunately, doesn't go to hold a lot of value against a lot of these C teams or even on the international stage because we have been whooped quite a number of times already. It has been time and time again proven that the other regions reign at the top. Once again, that is the best position that you want to be in if you want to make a lot of noise. So if MCPS top dogs expand manage to get this victory over E-Arena, the whole world of Free Fire is going to lose their minds.
Yeah.
But how possible is that going to be?
This could potentially be the David versus Goliath matchup where, you know, they went through one hurdle at a time where Expand have been able to overcome a team like Bigatron Delta. And now, that was just one step through the door. Now to get the other right foot in, now this is definitely a giant leap that they will have to take against the Thai best overall.
Statistically, you got to be a little worried if you're a Malaysian fan because Bigatron Delta is a prime team from the second division in Indonesia. And even that took 3 games. Right, they got whooped in the first one, but they did make a comeback. You know, if you want to be a guy who talks only about the positives, you want to talk about the comeback, but you did get whooped in game number 1 by Bigatron Delta. You are supposed to have not lost a single game to them, to a Division 2 team, but that was the case, so it's looking pretty scary if you're an MCPS fan, for sure. But I have seen great miracles from Expand in the past, and I know it's possible if the team plays this down to the team.
Yeah, I think like certain teams, the way that they do function is usually they will try to assess situations and perhaps a little bit more of a late bloomer hitting into getting used to the tempo of how things actually run. But is this too far of a stretch that we actually ask? I think like perhaps some may say is the case. But there's always going to be great possibilities. Who knows? If they can get great initiations from the get-go, perhaps that may actually steer momentum in the way for Expand. But of course, here are your contenders here. E-Arena takes on Expand.
Don't get me wrong though, I really love Expand as a team. And I think they have done miracles thus far, not just in the Malaysian region, but throughout the whole of MCPS. But it's just breaking the ceiling in the Southeast Asian level or the international level that they haven't really been able to achieve much for themselves just yet. And I don't think it's a skill problem. I think it's down to attitude as well as confidence. These boys, I think they lack a tad bit of confidence, especially when you're going up against teams that have already proven themselves on the international stage. They kind of doubt themselves a little bit too much.
Yeah, I would also say that mindset actually plays an important factor, especially when you actually position yourself that, hey, we are the champions, and you do not forget that you are a champion back in the region.
Absolutely,
You need to also demand respect coming in from the opposing team as well. But coming in from an underdog position definitely is an interesting one where perhaps the enemy teams do not really have too much of an expectation, and sometimes overconfidence could be a little bit more of the killer of success.
And that's exactly what you want to be able to force out of E-Arena or teams as big as them, to just bait out that overconfidence. But taking a look at the numbers here, 62-49, I am going to say please ignore the numbers because E-Arena took the stats off of which team did they go up against again? It was against PE Sports, who was a very good team. They play so much better than Expand in the FFSI. And Expand, on the other hand, they did take the matchup against a second division team. So it is going to be high on their side, no doubt.
True enough. And now, of course, moving into the players to look out for over onto the Thai region. Limit has always been the key figure throughout the course of the league. And just look at the charts. Don't even look at the numbers. Like, see what's over onto the other side. Great ratios over onto the headshots, damage being done, eliminations. Of course, Cobra has been exceptional in the MCPS.
Cobra woke up in game number 2 and 3 against Bigatron Delta. Without him, I don't think that the team would have been able to really get through. but without the support of the team, Cobra wouldn't have been able to gain those numbers. So it's really amazing to see how he really woke up and he really took, his own fate into his own hands. But this is a whole different story, right? Let's take a look at the lineup here of E-Arena. The A124 Alok, Awaken form, Orion as well as Tatsuya going to be dropped in here. But the main form that we do want to see is those passive skills as well. A 4-stack on the Andrew for the extra beefiness of E-Arena, which is going to make them a little bit more annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to also see that Oppo is being brought in by Funa as well, so it definitely gives it a little bit more of a variation of in comparison to this form of a standard play coming in from the majority of all these Thai representatives. And like you said, they could potentially be the third team to actually move in with this fixed formula that Thai squads have already figured out.
I do agree with you. Otto is very annoying to deal with, especially if you're going to be grouping up together, because he does, the moment he gets a knock onto any one of the players, he's going to slow down the rest of the players within the opponent's team within a considerable distance. So that's going to be a little bit of an issue. Let's take a look at the side of Expand on the other hand. The A124 in the hands of Too Fast as the backup player. Tatsuya in the hands of Cobra is going to be the rusher for the squad. Axel, the flanker, is going to be running the Orion, and piled up together with the Miguel is really going to give him a boost in terms of the EP. And X-Roy, one of the rushes from the side of Expand as well, dropping in that Alok for the backup in terms of HP boost.
Yeah, I could see that the Expand squad has also been able to adapt as well. So this is sort of like a mirror matchup.
Yeah.
So I would say it's down to individual skills as we get a glimpse of the full squad playing from their own boot camp overall. It's always great to have the boys on the bucket, as they've always been cheeky with every single moment that they do get into the cameras. Meanwhile, I think like we always see pure discipline coming in from the top dogs of Thailand, E-Arena, to still, crack a cool smile back to fans back at home.
A couple of block doses can definitely be cleared. E-Arena looking to clear more than a block nose. They're looking to clear, expand off the map of the competition of this Clash Squad C Cup. But may the best one win, because the losers will have to go home.
Final battle of the night. The top team of Thailand, E-Arena, will clash against Expand, MCPS, champion of the recent leagues, of course. Now, we'll see whether if Expand can go above and beyond to take points away from E-Arena.
It's all going to be dependent on how the initial setup is. As we kick things off at Bermuda, one final home for MCPS. Thailand's going to be like, yeah, we got another one in. No surprise there. But if MCPS moves on to the next stage, that's going to shock the world for sure. At the expense of E-Arena on top of everything else, that is going to turn some heads.
Absolutely, but of course, there's always the hopefuls that believe in the Cinderella story run. But of course, is it almost midnight already before Cinderella loses her shoes? Of course, we're inching closer to 11 p.m. SGT. Initiation coming from Too Fast to drop a grenade onto Funa. A little damage being done. X-Roy gonna hold the line. A beeline being set up by the rest of E-Arena, as they will have to deal with Limit. X-Roy quickly pulls all the way back. Great understanding coming from Expand to be able to reposition when needed to.
Drops the Alok, gets that HP right back. Funa recovers himself. Limit finds Too Fast. Gets a little greedy in terms of the engagements, and Roy tries to trade back out. Funa finds Protete instead, whereas Limit finds the execution. Funa now getting really cheeky. Axel's going to be pushed away, and instead he finds Cobra. Funa, the final player, going up against X-Roy and Axel. It's a 1v2. This should be on the side of Expand.
But there is low health bars over on the side of Expand as well. Funa definitely has to hug by the corner of the ball and wait for his perfect opportunity to strike. X-Roy doing majority of the blows, securing not one, not two, but three of them. Could this be his ace? Could be his golden moment to shine to kick off this run for Expand.
As anticipated out of the main slayer of Expand, X-Roy. He's going to be
Pure
memeing his
discipline.
way towards the end of this round. He's having a little bit of fun. Funa's going to be looking to catch him off guard. Circle moving in as it repositions towards Funa. That is the timer for Axel and Roy to go in for the backstab, and Roy cleans it with an ace.
Yeah, perfectly done from the MCPS, and I guess we could start believing from here on, but it's
Not
still
yet, not
very
yet.
early
Not
to tell.
yet, not yet, not yet. I don't want that overconfidence to get the better of the team. It was definitely a fine engagement at the very start. I think a few adjustments needed here, of course, from Too Fast. Can't get dropped a little bit too early there. And Funa was pretty much the lucky one because he was almost the first blood for the side of E Arena, but managed to back away and he baited in limit instead.
Yeah, and then Cobra also walked into an open terrain as well. I didn't expect Cobra to be punished so early on. X-Roy kicks off with the run, just trying to actually secure the rim of the circle, the upcoming zone instead, as X-Roy moves over the top end. He spots a glimpse of limit, so he has the clear idea. MP in hand. Gonna go as close as he could. Luol brought up very early on. Limit will pop the Orion, but will soak in some damage as well. The fan coming in from Funa to supplement, and that's gonna be an easy target for Irina.
Axel trades one out, but Cobra's down and out already. Too fast the final play. It's a 1v3 for the captain. Can he turn the face around, make it a 1v4? This looks like an impossible one. Limit finds Too Fast. Double revolver. Tagged up already. Limit finishes it off.
I love how efficient the Irina comes in with the buy as well.
Yeah.
So, Expand definitely has to work on this pistol. So we'll see if
I
he
don't
can
think
do
Expand
much.
needs to work on pistols. I think they need to work with their overconfidence. You saw what Roy did. I mean, first off with the emotes on that first round, I'll take that. But rushing on into his death in that second round was uncalled for. He could have just played it more like a team player, kind of held back a tad bit. You have to. You can't squander rounds in Clash Squad.
True enough, especially when you assess that situation in that perfect terrain. There's so many other rooftops where other players could be on, but this is going to be flat ground, so perhaps there may be a little bit of a glimmer of hope coming in from Expand. Fast, and it's going to be limited. That will stop Troy, so a lot of damage being negated coming in from Expand.
Once again, Roy becomes the first blood in the third round, just like that second round, and you cannot have that. The main reason why X-Roy got so many of those initial frags was because he played it very disciplined in that first round. He kind of held back, stood back, found those openings, found those opportunities, and then went in for the finisher. But if he's going to be rushing in callously like this, E-Arena's going to lap them up, no problems.
Yeah, this is going to be the buy round for Axel, perhaps. And instead they say, okay, we're going to wait for that round 4 where we could just basically bring all hands on deck. But at least affording a couple of all these SMGs on the block. People are going to his comfort zone as well. So, fine, or should I say somewhat of a force as well coming in from X-Ray as well as Too Fast. So, we're going into the containers as they will storm the gates. We're not really seeing all too much of death plays coming in from the side of Expand, but Funa has definitely got grenades charged up. Gotta start avoiding that.
Argus running straight into the mix of things, and he will get punished by his own ice grenade. But the damage was initially done by X-Roy. Limit finds his back as he gets a little too excited for that elimination. Too fast. A little too fast in terms of the approach. Axel tries to top his health right back up. Doesn't find that ingress. And a finish off by Funa. A little too quick that round was.
Yeah, and E-Arena just shows that they understand that terrain so well. Like every new friend in the quarter, they've been able to go in for the zoning. Sure, there's a little bit of mishap going on with Ice Grenade.
Yeah.
But look at how quickly Limit actually covers back up. And from then onwards, they just knock them down like dominoes. So, Expand, this is going to be that important round that they will have to take off the hands of E-Arena. They finally bring in the sniper. So Axel, he can't afford to go down early.
4 rounds in. Apart from X-Roy, no other players from the side of Expand have got a elimination to their name.
It's
It's not the kind of statistic you want for your side if you're taking on a team like E-Arena. You want to have a little bit more of a beefier side. Protete, what a flank around. Axel could have been caught off guard if he had continued that trajectory. He doesn't. Jumps in towards the middle house instead. Finds Axel. Tries to cook the nade up, but changes his mind last second.
There's just so many snipers for Expand to deal with as well. It really heavily relies on the opening shot coming from Axel and just slowly getting chip damages coming all across from E-Arena. They're slowly being pincered off, especially not really having the zone to work with. Ice grenades and pop over inside of Cobra. He can only hug the walls for now.
Cobra alongside X-Roy runs straight up to find a player, but it's going to be the Orion that he comes across. Limit is going to be a tough one to come and shut down, but Cobra still finds a way to do so. Final player left alive, finished off. It will be Protete with the final shot. 4-1, Expand really struggling.
It's only Cobra here who had the right idea to actually deal with the AWM because he had shotgun where, of course, you have a bigger ratio of coverage where, of course, it's a lot more efficient, but Expand definitely seemed to be all over the place at the moment, and like you said, perhaps, you know, the form of trying to take too many different roles at once or just don't really have too much of a clue just to run things on the fly isn't going to be looking all too effective, but this is a familiar territory that they have battled all across before, so we'll see whether if they can put up a challenge now that they are actually full sending their way to E-Arena.
Ice grenade out of X-Roy. No backup for him, and Limit will evade that grenade. Well placed by X-Roy though. Backs away, smart plan. Catches up with the rest of the team members before he patches his body up.
Wow, that's getting tagged even though he's hiding out for another nade flies right in. Orga's not letting him rest.
That's it.
And he's got that blue wall in the nick of time, but no covers from the back.
Cobra's got 2 in the hand. Still alive and kicking, but immediately there is the trade around. Too fast taken out of the equation. All thanks to a very aggressive play from the side of E-Arena. Axel, oh my, that's about it. Cobra, sliver of health left. It's a 1v3. Hangs on for his dear life, but it's just a nick of time before Puna does him dirty.
Yeah, and the clock strikes 12.
Yeah.
E-Arena 1 point away from securing the very first match and Expand. I'm not even sure if there's more ideas that they could basically bring to the table. Now,
that's why you don't emote too early, bro. You don't emote on round 1.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta show Thai champ some respect.
You gotta show everybody some respect.
True enough.
Unfortunate. I wish this could have been dragged out a little bit more so we could have a little bit more fun, but I guess it's just early dinner for me.
Perhaps so. Actually, it's not so early, by the way. We can have something.
I mean, it could have been a long day, man.
Could have been. Perhaps should have been.
But I like the fact that Royce finally learned his lesson. He's hanging back together with the rest of his team members now. Finally learned the fact that he can't rush E-Arena.
Yeah, of all teams, E-Arena.
Yeah, I kind of hope he had learned that a little bit earlier, maybe before the match started.
And it seems like they've been able to win in those close proximity battles, which is why you see them going in for those shotguns in order to take them out their weapons, but they just run into grenades.
That's insane in terms of precision out of E-Arena, but Cobra, the death dealer this time round, the savior of Expand. Can he get the 2 more players? Pick up by Argus, he wants the game of numbers. Limit circling on around, trying to protect the team. Limit's gonna find it, and with the Orion, he's just gonna torture Cobra. M1887 though, and Limit finishes it off with a shotgun of his own. 6-1, too easy for the first seed out of Thailand.
And E-Arena gives them a taste of their own medicine. It's like, sure, run at me with your shotguns. I'm just gonna purchase one of my own, and easy counters, I would say. Like,
yeah,
E-Arena, they have answers for everything. Oh, we got some jutsu going on. Oh,
it's a mad bunny jutsu. They are the number 1. There's no doubt in there at all. As far as Southeast Asia is concerned, E-Arena is at the top.
Oh yeah. Heading the way of E-Arena, needing another one.
Oh yeah.
To send most of the Thai squads up there. 3 out of all the other regions.
Yeah, man.
Just
3 out
goes
of
to show
4.
how good they are.
I mean, I kind of expected it from the very start, but I also expected a little bit of a bigger fight out of the other regions, no doubt. Thailand is just owning everyone in Clash Squad.
Yeah, I would
And
say
it would have been 4 Thai teams, by the way.
could have been. If it wasn't,
If it wasn't a Thai
versus
versus Thai. You know,
Somebody's got to give.
yeah, somebody's got to give in. That was the only unfortunate moment. Or else it would have just been 4 Thai teams. This would have been the Thai Clash Squad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it also goes to show that they definitely understand the game through
Yeah.
the ins and out of it. And not only that, it's about the ecosystem that has been set up by the teams
Yeah.
on disciplines, because how good a team goes is all throughout practices, and to practice even in the Battle Royale format,
Yeah.
you need all the other squads to practice with you, right? So it's all about all these practice that they actually put in, and it goes to show that they have mastered the craft of playing Free Fire.
And I don't know if Expand was serious in that matchup or not, because I barely saw Axel function in the game. He had the AWM, but barely could do anything with it. Cobra finally woke up. He had a couple of flashy ones. X-Roy pretty much just woke up in that first round, and that was his best. And the emotes really did him dirty, man.
Yeah, and not only that, like, I would say that there was also no show coming in from another member where Too Fast literally went out too fast.
Yeah.
So he's got negative KD of 0.70 at a certain point in time. But Funa undoubtedly has been able to hold his own, even despite on those form of deficit that he was pulling through. Maybe just on the first round, sure, give way on the pistol round, and he will just strike back 3 to 4 or even 6 times harder.
If you're going to be starting off the match thinking that you're not going to win this, there's no way you're going to win this. E-Arena, on the other hand, is the exact flip opposite. They were confident they can walk over MCPS champions. They do exactly that. 9 eliminations, 3,129 damage out of Puna, 33% headshot rate. And even if this guy wasn't dancing around them, everybody else would have just taken the throne and just moved on in to shut down the Kings of MCPS. Expand really needs to wake up. They need a totally different game plan. Axel needs to function better. Too Fast needs to hold a stronger back line. X-Roy and Cobra need to get their damage dealt early without being overconfident.
And I think that overall, Expand definitely has to take a very different approach, right? Like, they've been trying to push all the way towards E-Arena. Sure, that is a signature Expand kind of style of play.
Yeah.
But it does not work against the high region squads.
Yeah, you got to know your opponents.
Yeah. Overall, like, when you have a team like E-Arena that has been able to play the fast, rapid pace of action as well as the long hurdles as well.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that they will stand a better chance when they actually go in for a long-range trades first.
Yeah.
Look for those opening picks, or else you see a rinse and repeat of what we saw back in the first matchup.
I cannot agree more with you. I think that's the winning solution for Expand. Keep the distance. Have Axel shine in that sniper's role if, of course, they can win out the first 2 rounds quickly. And in the meantime, just pull everybody else in from the side of E-Arena, engage in that CQC, have those grenades ready for the side of Too Fast. The CQC with the shotguns mainly going to be your X-Roy and Cobra. If they can execute a play like that, Expand should be able to overcome this, and we will have a game number 3 on hand, or else it's going to be an early night.
Yeah, and well, that's a lot of work for Expand right now.
Yeah.
I was having a lot of high hopes for players like Cobra, which have definitely shown that he can actually match up when it comes down to the trades.
Yes.
But more often than not, like, there was no backing, because the backing has been wiped out way before he could be able to supplement. Because sure, you have X-Roy that tries to go in for openers, but you gotta agree with me that it was rather reckless.
He threw multiple rounds for the team, and don't get me wrong, X-Roy is the best player when it comes to slaying. He's the best headhunter out there on the side of Expand. But you can't get cocky. You can't get overconfident. You cannot jeopardize the chance that your team has. Yes, E-Arena is a tough team. Yes, they're not going to be easy to beat. But you still have a chance. You've made it here, haven't you? So
Yeah.
you should be able to take a fight. But I think it was squandered a little bit too early. But This is where you kind of see the mental state of Expand and whether or not they've grown from the past competitions. Because yes, you have just taken an L, but can you turn it around? Can you still stay composed? And can you take a fair fight against E-Arena in this next match?
I'm going to take that word, the keyword composure,
Yeah.
onto distinction here, which currently isn't existing for the side of Expect, right? Like, for E-Arena, it was pretty clear that, hey,
Clean.
send all 4 members of the way, clean.
Yeah.
They know what exactly to do because they
Correct.
already have the perfect intel read.
Yeah.
And by then, it's just muscle memory of how you basically take on
Yeah.
those battles.
Yeah, I agree.
So overall, I think it's really just boiling down to battle tactics.
And I think too fast going down too early is terrible. Because you see the star player on the side of E-Arena, and that's mainly Limit in a lot of those final engagements. He's not getting the most kills, but he is torturing the final players on the side of Expand, and he's able to just juke them around with that Orion. If Too Fast survives long enough to pop his A124, that disables E-Arena for 30 seconds. That's going to be your key. And the problem here is he's going down too early.
Yeah, and I guess that they don't have the resources to work with, and oh, we're already having a score prediction, it seems, coming here from the members of E-Arena. Either it's a bunny sign or it's a 2-0. So, well, take what you would probably assume it to be. But of course, once again, see sheer confidence out of Thai squad.
I mean, why wouldn't you be confident, man? You're the #1 seed out of the strongest region in the world of Free Fire. Brazil would love to dispute that statement, but I want to see them dispute that on the world stage. Thailand runs Free Fire right now.
Yeah, and of course, that will have to wait as we're gonna wait for the upcoming World Series.
Oh, yeah.
So I will be looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely am looking forward to that already. In terms of the Thai supremacy in the world of Free Fire, it's not going to end. In fact, they're going to continue building it up little by little. I am surprised because there were a lot of smiles on these faces just moments ago before we started off game #1. It's been totally wiped off now, and the smiles have transferred over to E-Arena.
Like, no stress. They've been absolutely chilling as we've been able to actually see, chats all around before they start off their match. But they were just unflinched throughout the course of the past couple of all these battles that they've been put into. So it's all in a day's work. So, like I have been able to, of course, dissect even in between our scores. Practice does make perfect.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you really gotta hustle, really gotta put in the work, you gotta put in the hours. I mean, Contra, you and I wouldn't be here if we didn't put in the hours. Anything you do in life, regardless of what it is, you gotta put in the hours, you gotta really aim for the top, and you gotta get there. And you can't get there by a miracle, you gotta get there through hard work. Yes, the boys have put in enough to dominate MCPS, to be the best in Malaysia, no doubt. To be the best in MCPS to 4 separate countries, no doubt. But they need to find what's the next level of effort needed to break through that barrier of that sea level.
I guess they definitely do want to look at many different variations of opportunities to actually improve in different types of matter, whether it's tactics or even when it comes down to their own coordination, where certain teams, which would basically spend a lot of time practicing,
Yeah.
also would disregard a very important aspect, research. I think the research portion is perhaps one of the most vital when you get to understand the play styles of every other region as well.
Yeah,
I just
yes,
think that
yes.
this is just one big part of homework which a lot of teams in the title actually disregard, where
I agree, man. No doubt. I am 100% with you on that. I mean, clearly something's working for the Thai teams. You gotta figure out exactly what that is. They don't have more nimble fingers than you. One might argue that they're smarter than you, but you can outstudy them, no doubt whatsoever. And if you don't want to outstudy them, study them.
yeah, I mean, if it's not the Thai squads, you can look at Indonesia as well. You got,
Yeah.
of course, super quick fans coming from Russia, and you got Pungat, so many amazing names.
Yeah.
Just even across Southeast Asia, we're not even looking beyond just yet, but that's of course extra homework when they do make it quarter to the stages. So of course, there's still a lot of amount of opportunities out there. Perhaps, you know, Expand may just actually be a squad that excels more towards a battle royale setting. Some may say.
No, I don't believe that. I think Expand can excel on all fronts. They just need to get their act together. It's just a bunch of very capable boys, not knowing exactly what lies within them.
That's right. We'll definitely have to see the potential of this one as we are going into our second part of the series where Arena is already 1 up ahead against Expand. So this potentially be our final jump for the night.
Well, I hope it's not the final jump for the night because I am expecting a dragged out battle between the two. Even if the Arena is going to take the victory at the end of the day, by the way any stats reported out, still expected to see a good fight.
And no matter what, we're expecting to end up with a bang here in Nextera.
As we head on into Nextera, as the squads will go ahead and suit up and see exactly what the setup is going to be all like. It's of course not going to be a round where they save up any money whatsoever. They're just going to go in here for a quick on rush.
Yeah, I love that they're in sync as well when it comes down to backs. Like, they got the bunny ear backs going on. Now, quickly as it goes, Tate already landing tags over onto members of Expand. Cobra first one to be tagged. Absolutely sharp shooting. And there's no way to even go in for revives.
No way at all. Axel. Limit does get knocked quickly. Funa. Axel with the smart plays. Limit goes down too far. Steps it up for the squad. This is going to be the opportunity for Team Expand to really punish E-Arena, but they have to patch themselves up. That gives E-Arena a little bit of extra time to reposition.
And in the meantime as well, they're all being stuck by the corners as well. So Orgus could actually find certain angles to try to find a pick against Axel to quickly make it back into a 2 versus 2. But of course, a lot of leeway for Expand to take more control over the map.
Oh, smart play. Shrink. Very smart by Expand to take the lower ground as the zone just forces them towards the middle. Orgus is safely placed in here already. Protate is going to move a little bit closer. And when the circle drags away either to the left or right hand side, when there's a stalemate, that's exactly where it's going to pile on a great amount of pressure on E-Arena. So Expand has won this out pretty much strategically.
Yeah, great improvements from the get-go overall, and E-Arena, all they have to also do is to find a choke point where they could basically hold them by the door when Expand also has to move out. Yeah. So perhaps one member can try to tank a little bit of damage coming from the zone and then move in slightly later, and that could be the play. But Roy tries to find a pick, and he will have Orgus knocked down.
Protate has been spotted out as well. Circle's going to tag Protate up. That's not going to do him any favor, and Expand takes round number 1.
Convincing fashion as well. Only
very convincing, yeah.
To be the casualty of it. And now, moving into the museum, I guess this is going to provide a little bit more of that spacing for E-Arena to ensure that the same thing doesn't happen twice.
Yeah, the first game, that form of Expand, there's no hope for them to break any sort of barriers. This form of Expand can go very far.
Yeah. I definitely think that they've already got good advice coming in from their coaches. If they do have one, I'm not too certain.
They have an Indonesian coach, actually.
Oh.
Tomo.
And of course, that's the investments coming in. Speaking of which, a nade dropping onto Roy. And they're all held by the stairwells.
Oh, great play coming through. Too fast with the glue wall. X-Roy with the Punisher. Too fast with a God Nade on Orgus as well. Can they find the finisher? Yes, they can. And that's where the captain finally steps it up for the squad. Axel with a backup. Funa's going to put a quick end to him. And E-Arena survives the onslaught, all thanks to Limit.
And these players just survived by the skin of their teeth as well, where they were lesser than 30% of health by the very final moment. the Expand definitely sees a chance
Yeah.
to actually close up because they were all cornered into that segmented area of the staircase, but the trades on long range have definitely allowed E-Arena to be able to hold every member of Expand back. Now, over onto the bomb topics. And got to see how this is going to pan out because this requires Expand as well as E-Arena to play from long range, which E-Arena already have Orgas on pretty much the right weapons. So a little bit more of a deficit in terms of the exchanges, but of course Expand coming with a buy of their own coming in for Too Fast as well as Axel. Seemingly enough, within the span of a match, you see improvements coming from Axel with 2 takedowns. The knock comes in, and Too Fast trying to hold the line, seeing every member of EA marching forward.
Limits just being very annoying from the left-hand side. The flush comes through from the rest of E-Arena, taking the fight up straight to Expand's territory. Axel, a little bit too far away to be lost in this fight. Cobra's gonna be attacked from the back. That backstep's just a little bit too good, and Cobra turns the tables on for him.
Warrior still hugging by the corner wall and will be able to spot out. Cobra trades it right back. X-Roy going very close to land the shots, but now needing to deal with to limit. Hops right over. We'll be able to pop to Orion. We'll still have the better trade.
Orion's always going to be annoying, and that's the main reason why he is the most big active skill in the competition thus far. You're not going to be able to get past that skill at all unless you can pop that A124 in a timely manner.
Axel now getting a little bit more of the groove and finally getting his hands back into snipers. Will have to challenge Limit for this one. Whereas, of course, all these Bisons now being purchased by the side of Expand will have to work in close proximities, whereas a little bit more of a widespread going on for the side of the Arena at the moment. They can afford to basically play from long range, so they can basically wait for Expand to go in for push, and that's where Arena looks for a pick.
How do they overcome this sort of spread? Expand kind of sticking together here. Funa on the right flank, using the grenade to flush them out potentially in the next couple of seconds. Limit, AWM, Punisher, but Axel can keep the team together if he can hold his ground here.
Huge nade going forward, lopped against Too Fast. Axel will try to actually give him cover. Oh, close range, Limit. He's going to land another blow onto X-Roy as well. Orion to seek him out. He's trying to line the shots correctly, and will continue to take them down, but Too Fast finds the blow.
Too Fast final player. A124 can be popped, but there's no problems whatsoever for Limit to find the perfect shot. Nail in the coffin, Limit still continues to pop off.
Oh, this is definitely going to be a daunting task. Expand. Surely they do have some companies that they can still make purchases of. And you can definitely see the tempo has definitely slowed down. Expand understanding
Correct.
what is at stake, but now it's really getting down to having a cleaner duel on their side.
I absolutely agree. I mean, yes, the scoreline might definitely be one-sided, 3-1, but Expand is playing this way better. If only they hadn't squandered game number 1. X-Roy might just have to pay dinner.
Huge ship damage on members as well, forcing them to heal up. Ice grenade now to zone them off for the time being. Stops the approach coming in from Funa.
Funa busted it with a shotgun, but it sounded like a sniper. What is going on?
Meanwhile, Nate actually connects all the way
Whoa,
back. Oh,
Cobra!
Cobra! That could have actually caught him off guard, but there's 2 stacks coming from Arena. And a jump coming through!
My God. Funa's on fire this time round, and Limit finishes off Too Fast. It is all about the charge busters for round 5.
And look at them go. Arena says, we can play your game as well. Like,
Yeah.
if you're going to slow down, it's our time to shine.
And I think Funa was just outstanding with the timing of those shots. Just absolutely sublime. Limit as usual. What an annoying player to take on. If he's my opponent, I'm just going to give up.
Yeah, tap out. Just start doing the countdowns right now. Speaking of countdown, we're about to actually open up our 5th round. And if E-Arena gets it, they will get into the poised position for the match point. Rushes over the top. All members on deck. We'll definitely have to see what Axel can basically pull up this time. Well, 1v1. Tede versus Cobra. There is going to be an ice grenade holding back. Defensive approach, and they find Funa.
Argus spotted out as well, but a good glue wall,
Limit!
and Limit finds a God nade out of nowhere. Cobra can't back him up just yet. Too many walls between them. And Roy is gonna be absolutely wasted by Limit.
Oh, that was almost in the back, but slowly they wear down Tede. He will shut them all off. It's match point for E-Arena. That's
the reason why they are your FFSI champions. That is the reason why they are your #1 seed out of Thailand. E-Arena's really got it, man. They're in the groove right now. Match point, in fact, series point for E-Arena.
I mean, the only thing that E-Arena needs to work on right now is just the opening rounds of pistols, right? Other than that, like, everything looks so clean.
Yeah, I agree.
There's just not much flaws being displayed, but I could definitely admire the change of pacing coming from Expand now. The last Hura with 5 points to chase up against E-Arena. They got to hold them all the way down. Orcus now being brought into a close battle. And Axel's already on the ground.
Axel down, Argus backstab, and Roy sorts him out instantly. That's a 1-to-1 trade so far. Can they pick Axel right back up? That's going to be crucial. They need the game of numbers. They do, but too fast gets dropped. X-Roy down on the ground as well. The instant flush coming through from E-Arena. Going in for the final push. Clips Cobra on the knee. Limit, just as he was about to get taken down, whips out the Orion, and it's all over. E-Arena continues to be the top dogs, and the 3rd team from Thailand to get into the next stage.
Swift, precise, and lethal. That is what E-Arena offers in every single duel that they partake in. 6-1. A huge statement to the rest of the regions there, contending against Thailand.
100% win rate thus far in the competition. Not dropping a single map. 2-0, 2-0, and they are going to look to hold that record all the way down to the end. And as we move into next week, it's going to be a double elimination bracket. So whoever who goes up against the arena doesn't need to worry all that too much yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As there is a double elimination format as
Yeah.
compared to a single elimination. Unfortunately, this spells the end of the run for the MCPS. The representatives expand, which we see them definitely showing signs of improvement, but definitely this is a harsh lesson to take.
It is most definitely a harsh lesson to take. I hope they do go ahead and improve, because this is just I wouldn't call this a show match. It is the Clash Squad C Cup at the end of the day. It's one that they have definitely needed to focus on quite a little bit, but I don't think they were as serious as they needed to be. But hopefully this is that wake-up call that they need before some future competitions.
Yeah, essentially when you go into Battle Royale modes, you're going to be faced on very similar duels as well. And this is what I love about this mode, because it takes a real-time setting, and you are basically matched already with literally the best squads of the region.
Yeah.
So you got to take every single shot that you can get. So with that being said, sure, they may have actually missed this one. We hope to actually see a lot more coming in from Expand in the future, which they definitely do have plenty more tournaments to play at.
Absolutely right. It's all going to be a question of whether or not they want to be the biggest fish in their pond, or they want to be the biggest fish. Limit, 12 eliminations, 3,781 damage dealt, 70% headshot rate. The most annoying Orion play out there on the battlefield. This guy knows how to dance around his opponent's voice.
Yeah, and usually he times it to the rim as well. He doesn't use it unnecessarily, especially when even in close proximity battles, he will definitely take a couple of shots out of that AWM first before even thinking of, okay, time to reposition.
Yeah.
Like we see it even in those battles in those open grounds where he is being pincered with 2 members out there. He will definitely buy a lot more time back to the team, and lo and behold, 6-1 scoreline for 2 matches in a row to ensure that it is going to be a clean sweep for the arena.
Flawless for E-Arena, and I do absolutely agree with your assessment on Limit. The timing of the Orion skill pop is unbelievable. He takes his chances first, depends on his own skill, and when push comes to shove, he can't get it done. Here comes Orion.
Yeah.
And most of the time, Orion just sucks out the remaining life from his opponents because he's already tagged them up with the sniper, which is just insane. And if it's not going to be that, the backup arrives. Nobody else stands a chance, man. I mean, Limit's just a absolute god in Free Fire at this point in time. But there you go, the next stage will continue next week. 3 Thailand teams still stand, and 1 Indonesian squad. And I think this is going to be a gentleman agreement between the Thai teams. Okay, you knock them off down first, and we'll finish them off at the bottom.
We'll never know. Perhaps there is going to be a lifeline run.
Oh, yeah.
And even going from the lower brackets, you can basically witness all the other teams to have their strats revealed, and then you try to figure things out from there on. That being said, of course, we will move into week 2, and this time around with the double division format for those of you guys who are new to this format. So winner gets to proceed into a quicker round. Of course, the ones that drop into the lower bracket will only have 1 more chance in order to proceed forward, but we'll definitely have to fight against the rest of the seeds that are on the upper bracket.
Absolutely. You play more if you cannot stand the heat to get into the upper bracket, and if you're able to survive back into the grand finals, then of course you'll get a lot of praises. But the question is, who's going to be able to traverse through all of these grueling battles? We will need to wait until next week, 14th of July. This crazy Clash Squad mayhem will continue.
Already looking forward to the next weekend as well. Well, AJ, I definitely love the moments that we do have here, and of course we're going to bring Husky back next week, so I hope that, you know, they will
I
up
have
their
you
game.
for Friday as well, right?
Yeah, so
Okay.
you still see me on the initial rounds, and then on the finals, I really do wonder who will basically be the top team of the Clash Squads.
Well, you pretty much get to tell if or not Indonesia will be a part of that roughly when we know exactly who's going to be playing the lower bracket. And if Indonesia wins the initial bout and gets into the upper bracket, then I'm going to get really excited, man, because finally we see a front runner. And once again, Morph team placed 3rd at FFSI. They are no chump squad.
I want to see E-Arena versus Morph if I actually get the chance to do so, because you look at how lethal Morph has been throughout the course of the run, beating Evil's Divine, and that is on basically a reverse sweep comeback for these multiple rounds.
Yes.
That is definitely no easy feat at all, so 25% of chance, I'll take that.
I most definitely will take that as well. I cannot wait to see Ma'al in action once again. But once again, of course, we have to wait until next week for all of that action to continue. It has been an amazing day with you, Contra. No doubt whatsoever. The matches have been absolutely explosive. I just wish the last one could have been dragged out a little bit more, just so that we can see exactly what MCPS has, because pretty much the rest of the teams from MCPS, they clumped out in the first round. Expand was the only one to make it into day 2.
Yeah, I think like they've definitely at least made it into the rounds of 16s.
Yeah.
And just tough luck. You're faced against the best of Thailand. So, of course, with that being said, I think all good things must come to the end for week 1, but we still got 1 more week to go. So it's Contra here, as well as the Mustachio AJ. We thank all of you guys for tuning in. So see you guys again next week.